Ayo coba ini loh acara. Cepat. Oh, bagi.
This Kakak itu kemana katanya? Gantengnya pun kemana?
Belum dimulai Bu Ika ya.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Venkat, good morning. Have you joined with this meeting?
Good morning, brother.
Oh,
Am I audible?
not yet, not yet.
Ya,
Sorry.
selamat pagi, Bro.
I can see you now. I can see you now. Dr. Hobri, are you ready? Dr. Hobri? Dr. Hobri, are you ready? Yes, done.
Selamat pagi, Bro.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Agung and my partner, Renita. It's wonderful and precious chance for us to be your master ceremony in this beautiful morning, 22nd of August 2021.
Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera. Saya Renita dan rekan saya Agung, sebuah kehormatan bagi kami menjadi pembawa acara pada acara pagi hari ini 22 Agustus 2021.
The respectable Rector of University of Jember, Dr. Insinyur Iwan Taruna MM.
Yang terhormat Rektor Universitas Jember, Dr. Insinyur Iwan Taruna MM.
The Honorable Vice Rector 1 of the University of Jember, Profesor Dr. Andes Lamin, MCom SC PhD.
Yang kami hormati Wakil Rektor 1 Universitas Jember, Profesor Dr. Andes Lamin, MCom SC PhD.
The Honorable Head of ICCGANT, Profesor Dr. Andes David MSc PhD.
Yang kami hormati Kepala ICCGANT, Profesor Dr. Andes David MSc PhD.
The Honorable Speaker of this event.
Yang kami hormati pembicara pada seminar kali ini.
And also distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Serta hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia.
Welcome to the second day of the 5th International Conference on Combinatorics, Graph Theory and Network Topology 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let's say thank you to Allah because His guidance, healthy, and mercy, we can attend this conference without any obstacles.
Pertama-tama, marilah kita panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, karena atas berkah, rahmat, dan hidayahnya, kita dapat menghadiri acara pada pagi hari ini tanpa ada kendala.
Praise and salutation always for our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Salawat serta salam selalu terpanjatkan kepada Nabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, we would like to inform you about our today's agenda.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, izinkan kami terlebih dahulu untuk membacakan susunan agenda pada pagi hari ini.
The first agenda is opening session,
Yang pertama, pembukaan.
and the second is singing national anthem of Indonesia and hymn of University of Jember.
Yang kedua, menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya dan himne Universitas Jember.
And the third is welcoming speech by head of ICCGANT.
Yang ketiga, sambutan dan pembukaan oleh Kepala ICCGANT.
And the fourth is reading a prayer.
Keempat, pembacaan doa.
And the fifth is presentation from honorable speaker.
Kelima, presentasi dari narasumber kita.
And the sixth is closing.
Keenam, penutup.
And the seventh is announcement and parallel session.
Yang ketujuh adalah pengumuman dan paralel session.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us start our agenda by reciting basmalah together.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, marilah kita buka acara ini dengan bacaan basmalah bersama-sama.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, step to the following agenda. There is singing national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and hymn of University of Jember.
Acara selanjutnya adalah menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya dan himne Universitas Jember.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, entering the next agenda, there is welcoming speech by Vice Rector 1 of the University of Jember, Profesor Dr. Andes Slamin, M.Com SC PhD.
Hadirin yang kami muliakan, acara selanjutnya adalah sambutan yang akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Dr. Andes Slamin, M.Com SC PhD.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to Profesor Dr. Andes Slamin, M.Com SC PhD.
Do I have to give some welcome speech again? Because I am attending a virtual funeral as well. Could you just continue to Prof. Dafe?
Okay, Prof.
Sorry.
No worry, Prof. Thank you,
Yeah.
Prof.
Sorry, Prof. Dafe. I'm also attending my colleagues who got virtual funeral today. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Innalillah wa inna ilaihi raji'un. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Rector of the University of Jember, Honorable Vice Rector for Academic, Student and Alumni Affairs, and Honorable our distinguished invited speaker for the second day of this conference, Professor, Associate Professor Dr. N. Venkatachalam from Combinatorics Art and Science College, Tamil Nadu, India. Good morning, Associate Professor Venkatachalam, as well as Professor Salman, PhD, MSc, PhD from ITB, Indonesia, and all the lovely participants from Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, also from India, and from Morocco, all the other participants from inside or outside the University of Jember. I delightfully welcome to all of you to this conference in the second day. And as I mentioned in the opening ceremony yesterday, we have an aim for this conference, namely gathering all these scientists and also students who are working on mathematics, graph theory, and its application to share their idea, especially on the recent result of their research. And it might be potentially raise a joint research in the future or in the short future, which will be potentially giving a new contribution to our research of interest, and we can disseminate and publish to the either proceeding or international regular journal. Nowadays, I believe a publication is a requirement for having a new promotion for the lecturer. A publication also is a requirement for a student, especially postgraduate student, to finish their study. As mentioned in the rule of the education minister of education number 3 for 2022, it is already clearly stated that the learning outcome of the postgraduate student for a master degree, apart from having a document of their thesis, they should publish their paper arising from their thesis in at least in aggregated journal. In the Indonesian version, we have a CINTA indexing site, or in international journal, indexed by others apart from the Scopus or WASH. But for PhD student, no choice. They should have at least one publication to fulfill the new rule of the Ministry of Education for the learning outcome of the PhD student. They should publish the paper arising from their document in a reputable journal. In Indonesia, the reputable journal means the international journal index by either Scopus or WASH. So, for especially having a new promotion for the professorship, as today is getting harder and harder, the lecturer should fulfill not only having a publication in a Scopus or WASH, but the SGR score and also the IF, the impact factor, are considered, especially for the lecturer who's having below 20 years career as a teacher or as a lecturer in the university. So above that, they are not considered about they don't consider about the SGR or IF. So this is the important or the benefit of exchanging an idea to improve the reputability of the paper, as to get a regular journal submission is not easy. To submit in a journal regular submission should fulfill the IMRAT, for example, introduction, method, research, and discussion as good as possible, and having a novelty requirement which can be possibly to show to the external reviewer that this paper can already solve the potential problem which were as an open problem in the previous paper, or solve the current problem which is complicated, or solve the future problem which is being hoped by some scientists or in the real life situation. So through this session, I believe you will think an idea how to have a novelty of the research such that your paper will be fruitfully to be given to the real life problem as a problem solver, or to be given to the government in education sector, for example, and private sector, company sector. That is the research. The research should be started with a problem, which is a very complex problem. In our case, we call non-polynomial time problem. And we have a breakthrough to solve this problem such that people understand that this is a new solution for the problem. So good luck for finishing your paper, and then we can see that your paper either it is potentially to be published in the proceeding, or also you can require to our organizing committee, if you would like to submit the paper in the regular journal, you are more than welcome, and then we will consider which journal is suitable for this paper in the future, and hopefully you can get success. And the published paper, you can take it for the promotion, for finishing your study, or for promotion, for improving or increasing your career for the future. Again, enjoy for this conference, and again, hopefully this conference is benefiting to all of you. And by reciting Basmalah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, this conference, International Conference on Combinatoric Graph Theory and Network Topology, in the second day, I declare formally open to all of you. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Professor David, for the welcoming speech.
Disampaikan terima kasih kepada Profesor David atas sambutan yang diberikan.
Ladies and gentlemen, entering the next agenda, there is a reading prayer that will be given by Dr. Hobri, SPD, MPD.
Acara selanjutnya adalah pembacaan doa yang akan dipimpin oleh Dr. Hobri, SPD, MPD.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to Dr. Hobri, SPD, MPD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammadin asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma antas salam wa minkas salam wa ilaika ya'udus salam fahayyina rabbana bis salam ya salam sallimna ajma'in waj'alna min ibadikas salihin. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most kind. Ya Allah, I beg thee of all good things which pertains to this day and days hereafter and seek the protection from all evil which pertains to this day and days hereafter. Ya Allah, you are peace, and all peace is from you, and all peace returns to you. O Master of power and glory, in conjunction of the 5th International Conference on Combinatorics, Graph Theory, and Network Topology, ICCGANT 2021. Guide us among those whom you guide. Grant us heart and pardon among those whom you grant heart and pardon. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiatan fil jasad wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizqi wa taubatan qabla al maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma hawwin alaina fi sakaratil maut wan najata minan nar wal afwa indal hisab. Ya Allah, unite us in this conference and provide us with a full knowledge, with a strength and the right effort to make the appropriate action. Ya Allah, we rely, we ask you for the best supplication and the best success and the best deed and the best reward. Allahumma ya qawiyyu ya aziz ya fa'alun lima yurid. Ya Allah, you are the most forgiving and one who loves forgiving. Therefore, forgive us and with all participants in this conference and its related meeting a very pleasant and productive. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Summa assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hobri.
Terima kasih, Bapak Hobri.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering our main agenda. There is presentation from our three honorable speaker of this event.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, memasuki acara inti, yaitu pemaparan oleh narasumber pada pagi hari ini.
The first presentation will be given by Dr. M. Venkatachalam from Combinatorics Arts and Science College, India.
Pemaparan materi yang pertama akan disampaikan oleh Dr. M. Venkatachalam dari Combinatorics Arts and Science College, India.
And the second presentation will be given by Professor Dr. M. Salman, EN, SSI, MSI from Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia.
Pemaparan materi yang kedua akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Dr. M. Salman, SSI, MSI dari Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia.
And the third presentation will be given by Professor Dr. Andes David, MSc PhD from University of Jember, Indonesia.
Dan sesi presentasi yang ketiga akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Dr. Profesor Dr. Andes David, MSc PhD dari University of Jember, Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, this session will be moderated by Mr. David Imam Yarta, SPD, MPD from University of Jember, Indonesia.
Dan sesi presentasi ini akan dimoderatori oleh David Imam Yarta, SPD, MPD dari Universitas Jember, Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to Mr. David Imam Yarta, SPD, MPD.
Hadirin sekalian, mari kita sambut moderator kita pada kesempatan kali ini, David Imam Yarta, SPD, MPD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wa la haula wa la quwata illa billah, amma ba'du. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Rector of the University of Jember, Honorable Vice Rector for,
let us express our gratitude to the God Almighty. Due to His blessing, we could join and share our experience in this conference.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalalika wa adimi sultanik.
Would not go in a proceedings. This talk will not go in the journal. This talk is private.
Basically, people are making some matrices from given graph, and after making matrices, basically we find out the eigenvalues.
And then at the end, I will give you some open problems regarding this topic.
But the graceful labeling is not unique, so you can swap. You put the largest number or the largest label in the center, so this is can be 4 and 0 is here.
Regularity with some friends for the
A lot of you that will be interested to also do research in this new variation. So this.
Honorable Rector, University of Jember, Honorable Dean of FKIP, University of Jember, Honorable Chairman of CGANT Research Group, University of Jember,
Honorable, my friend and my brothers who are being invited speaker today, Professor.
Nobody's going to read it. But then I want you to see that actually how an important piece of results or ideas, how it's translated into a solution for an application.
This is really great. I'm very happy to be here to see the development, interest, and also activities in combinatorial mathematics. So I'm very, very happy. Many those vertices, and then if the polygon is entirely on one side of that hyperplane.
Yeah. So the label of V1 must be different with 1. So there has to be 2.
Years ago, and now this year is the 4th international conference of.
It is my great pleasure actually and honor to welcome you at the present conference, which is held by CGANT University of Jember.
Okay, I think I am live.
Okay, you are the co-host now. And you can share your screen. You can using the share screen feature in the Zoom.
Terima kasih and selamat pagi.
Okay, selamat pagi Jo.
Okay, while waiting for Associate Professor Jorayan preparing.
It is simpler and trivially we can find the rainbow coloring. And rainbow coloring is not a proper coloring like just proper coloring.
Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for your introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank Professor Dafik for inviting me to give this talk in this conference. So I will first...
Combinatorics and graph theory and network topology that have invited me to join our prophet to join of this conference. Sorry.
First of all, I thank Professor Defik and his group, CGANT research group, for inviting me again in the 2020 for delivering a talk on graph coloring. I thank
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David, and it's our honor to be here with you and welcoming every single participant from different parts of the globe to take part in our international conference today. As informed, I'm going to be the moderator for today's plenary talks, and the first plenary session is going to be delivered by Dr. M. Ben Katashalam, MSc, MPhil, PhD. And before we proceed to the first plenary talk, please allow me to read the curriculum vitae of our first plenary speaker. Dr. M. Ben Katashalam, MSc, MPhil, PhD, is an associate professor and also the head of the Department of Electronics of Iran Arts and Science College. He has a very extensive teaching and also researching experience for over 27 years, and his area of specializations include thin film technology and also embedded systems. He has also been involved in numerous projects at both national and also international levels, including UGC Minor Research Project application of ZNO, UGC Major Research Project investigations on high efficiency cone gas to thin film source cells fabricated by sphere disposition. In addition to his extensive teaching and also researching experiences, he also has published numerous papers on many internationally reputable journals. This includes 25 participations in national conferences, 11 involvement in international conferences, and also 64 international publications. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there are of course numerous publications that has been established, but perhaps we are going to read a few of his recent works which have been published in international journals. Some of his works which have been published recently include On Dynamic Coloring of Fan Graphs, which is published in 2016, and also 5 dynamic chromatic number of halograph families, published in 2016. Also, there is another publication in 2019, which is entitled Single Valued Neutral-Sophic Coloring. And last year in 2020, he has successfully published another article entitled Edge Irregular Reflexive Labeling of Some Tree Crop. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be our brief introduction to our first plenary speaker, Dr. M. Ben Katashalam, MSc, MPhil, PhD. Very good morning, doctor. Can you hear me? Dr. Ben Katashalam?
Good morning, sir.
Okay, so how are you today, doctor?
Fine. Am I audible?
Yes, very audible, and your voice very clearly heard here. Thank you so much. Well, before we proceed, excuse me?
Shall I start my talk?
Yes, we have 60 minutes to cover the whole presentations, and after that, we are going to go on to the QA sessions. Is that going to be fine, doctor?
Okay, sir, okay.
All right, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we present you Dr. M. Ben Katashalam, MSc,
MPhil PhD. The time is yours, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you. Most Honorable Rector of this University of Jember, most respected Professor Defik, most respected Professor Salman, and respected other faculty member of this Mathematics Department of University of Jember, and respected learned professors of this conference as a participants, and my dear other participants. Yeah, very good morning to one and all present here. First of all, I thank Professor Defik for inviting me for this wonderful conference, the 5th ICCGANT 2021. Today, the topic for my talk is equitable coloring of jump graph and derived graphs. Whether am I audible and whether can you see my screen? Can you see my PPT?
I can see your presentation very clearly, Doctor. Thank you. Everything is good to go.
Shall I continue?
Yes, please continue, brother. I already can see your slide.
Yeah, we can see your slide, Doctor.
Okay. Okay, plan of my presentation is the overview of graph theory and graph coloring, preliminaries, equitable coloring of jump graph of some graphs, and then equitable coloring of derived graph of some graphs. An overview of graph theory and graph coloring. Mathematics plays an indispensable and impressive role in diverse fields in which the idea of abstraction or generalization is widely used. Graphs are abstract structures that are used to model pairwise relationship between objects. Graph theory is the study of such graphs which consist of vertices and edges, where edges connect the vertices. Here, graph coloring is one among the research areas that shaped the graph theory as we know it today. Graph coloring is a special case of graph labeling in graph theory and has a huge number of applications in our day-to-day life. Some of the problems where the methodologies of graph coloring is applied are Sudoku, scheduling, mobile phone networks, resolving conflicts, frequency assignment, data mining, clustering, image processing, etc. In our everyday life, we come across problems where we have to divide a system with the binary conflict relations into equal or almost conflict-free subsystems. In such cases, we can model this situation by means of equitable graph coloring. In contrast to the ordinary proper coloring of the graph, the equitable coloring does not possess monotonicity. Walter Mayer, in the reference number 10, introduced first the notion of equitability in the year 1973. In order to complete an entire work within short span of time with no cooling tasks, Mayer showed that equitable coloring is suitable. His motivation came from an application by Tucker where the vertices represent garbage collection routes on the condition that two vertices are joined if the corresponding routes does not run on the same day. With the fact that the methods of graph theory are applied, we use them in everyday life. For example, our travel from one place to another in different ways with the shortest route. The priority to the jobs that we do involves graph theory. Graph theory plays a very important role in almost all the fields. In recent times, coronavirus being a great threat to humans globally can be prevented from spreading to others by graph theory through analysis on how far the disease has been spread and restricting migrants from infected zones. Scheduling is another important application of graph theory, which is most helpful in educational institutions, traffic rules, transportation, etc. Google Maps also involve the concept of graph theory. Now the preliminaries. A graph is an ordered tuple, V of G, E of G, Ig, where V of G is the non-empty set. It is called set of all vertices. E of G, which is disjoint from E of G, it is called set of all edges, and I is an incidence function that associates with each edge of G and the unordered pair of vertices. It is not necessarily distinct of G. If E is an edge and U and V are at vertices such that Ig of E equal to UE, then E is said to join U and V. The vertices U and V are called the ends of E. Next, if complete graph means each and every vertices adjacent to all other vertices. Here we are considering the only simple graph. Simple graph means no loops and parallel edges. And if empty graph means there is no edge in any pair of vertices. Next, proper coloring. A proper coloring means assigning the colors to the vertices or edges in such a way that different colors has to be assigned to the adjacent vertices or edges. That is, no two adjacent vertices having the same color. In the edge coloring means no two incident edges having the same color. And total coloring means if you satisfy both vertex coloring and edge coloring. If this proper coloring is applied to the vertices of a graph, then it is vertex coloring. Whereas if it is applied to the edges of a graph, then it is edge coloring. If proper coloring is applied to both vertices and edges, then it is called total coloring. If the colors are assigned to each face or region such that no two faces or share a boundary have the same color, then it is called face coloring. Now the chromatic number. The chromatic number means the minimum positive integer k for which G has a k vertex coloring is called the chromatic number of G, denoted by chi of G. Next, the definition for equitable chromatic number, that is equitable coloring. Let the set of vertices of graph G be partitioned into the k classes, that is capital V1, V2, V3, etc. Vk. That is the k set of color classes. Here each Vi is an independent set. Since V1, V2, V3, Vk are the color classes, so definitely each Vi is independent set under the condition that mod Vi minus Vj less than or equal to 1 holds for every pair of I and j. Then G is said to be equitably k colorable. Then smallest integer k for which G is equitably k colorable is known as the equitable chromatic number of G and is denoted by chi equal of G. Since equitable coloring is a proper coloring with an additional constraint, chi of G less than or equal to chi equitable, that is ordinary chromatic number less than or equal to equitable chromatic number. Always chromatic number is less than or equal to equitable chromatic number for any graph G. The definition for M-wheel graph denoted by Wm is the graph obtained from a cycle graph Cm-1 by joining a vertex V1 to each m-1 vertices of a cycle. Next, the Helm graph. The Helm graph denoted by Hm is the graph obtained from an M-wheel graph by adjoining a pendant edge at each node of the cycle. Next, the definition for n-sunlet graph. The m-sunlet graph on 2m vertices denoted by Sm is the graph obtained by adding m pendant edges to the cycle Cm. Next definition, let Cm denote a cycle with the m vertices and Pn denote a path with the n vertices. When this cycle and path are joined with a bridge, we obtained m, n tadpole graph. That is, joining the cycle and path is called a tadpole graph, which is denoted by Tm, n. It is called dragon graph also. Next, we are move on to equitable coloring of jump graph of some graphs. We know already that the line graph L of G of graph G is the graph which the vertices of L of G are the edges of G. That is, considering the edges in G or vertices in L of G. Consider edges as vertices in L of G, and in which two vertices of L of G are adjacent if and only if they are adjacent edges in G. Next definition for jump graph. The jump graph J of G is the graph whose vertices are the edges of G and where two vertices of J of G are adjacent if and only if they are non-adjacent in G. Since both L of G and J of G are defined on the edge set of a graph G, it follows that isolated vertices of G, if G has, play no role in line graph and jump graph transformation. We assume that the graph under consideration is non-empty and has no isolated vertices. The jump graph J of G is totally disconnected if and only if G is a star. Next, our new result. The equitable chromatic number of jump graph of path, that is J of Pm. Here we are considering number of vertices as M, where M is any positive integer. Also, M should be greater than 3. Then the equitable chromatic number of jump graph of path Pm is M by 2 if M is even, which is also equal to M minus 1 by 2 if M is odd. That is that we are having the two results for based on M. If M is even, that is the result is M by 2. If M is odd, means the result is M minus 1 by 2. Here proofs, we are considering the vertex set of path Pm, that is V1, V2, V3, etc. Vm. And the edge set of Pm is V1 dash, V2 dash, V3 dash, etc. Vm minus 1 dash. By the definition of jump graph, that is vertex set of jump graph of path is nothing but edge set of Pm. That is V1 dash, V2 dash, V3 dash, etc. Vm minus 1 dash. The neighboring edges of Pm are non-adjacent vertices of jump graph of path. And so, same color can be assigned to these neighboring vertices. Here we have the path V1, V2, V3, V4, V5, V6. Here the edges are V1 dash, V2 dash, V3 dash, V4 dash, V5 dash. Here the jump graph of P6. The second graph is jump graph of P6. Here the edges V1 dash, V2 dash are incident to V2. So here V1 dash only adjacent with V2 dash. So in the jump graph of P6, V1 dash and V2 dash should be non-adjacent, and V1 dash should be adjacent with V3 dash, V4 dash, V5 dash. Similarly, here V2 dash is adjacent with V1 dash and V3 dash. See the path graph P6. So in the jump graph of P6, V1 dash and V2 dash as well as V2 dash and V3 dash should not be adjacent, and V2 dash should be adjacent with V4 dash and V5 dash, and here V3 dash is adjacent with V2 dash and V4 dash. So in jump graph of P6 and V3 dash should not adjacent with V2 dash and V4 dash. So V3 dash should be adjacent only with V5 dash as well as V1 dash. Here we have the second graph is J of P6, that is jump graph of P6. Here now assigning the equitable coloring for jump graph of P6. The assigning of colors is done by the following two cases. If M is even, that is the first case. Assign the colors as the sequence 1, 1, 2, 2, etc. M by 2 to the vertices V1 dash, V2 dash, V3 dash, V4 dash, etc. V M minus 1 dash respectively. In this case, color M by 2 is assigned once and all other remaining colors are assigned twice, satisfying equitable coloring. That is, each and every color class having the size of the color class having 2 or 1. So therefore, obviously, that is equitable coloring conditions are satisfied. Hence, the equitable coloring chromatic number of jump graph of path Pm, which is less than or equal to M by 2. Since jump graph of Pm contains a clique of order M by 2, so as per the property of the chromatic number, the chromatic number of jump graph of Pm, which is greater than or equal to M by 2, as well as the chromatic equitable chromatic number of jump graph of Pm also greater than or equal to M by 2. Hence, equitable chromatic number of jump graph of path is greater than or equal to M by 2. Therefore, already we have less than or equal to M by 2. Therefore, the result holds equitable chromatic number of jump graph of path equal to M by 2. Next, case 2. If M is odd, the colors 1, 1, 2, 2, etc. M minus 1 by 2 are assigned to the vertices V1 dash, V2 dash, V3 dash, V4 dash, etc. V M minus 1 dash respectively. Here, each color is assigned 2 times, satisfying equitable coloring. Since each and every color class has the size exactly 2, Therefore, obviously the equitable chromatic number condition satisfied. Clearly, it is a proper coloring, as well as the second condition also satisfied. Hence, the equitable chromatic number of jump crop of path is less than or equal to m minus 1 by 2. Since J of that is jump crop of path contains a click of order m minus 1 by 2, therefore the equitable chromatic number of jump graph of path PM, which is greater than or equal to m minus 1 by 2, therefore the result holds equitable chromatic number of jump graph of PM, which is equal to m minus 1 by 2 whenever m is odd. Next theorem, the equitable chromatic number of jump graph of cycle, that is J of Cm, where m is any positive integer and m greater than 3 is the equitable chromatic number of jump graph of cycle, which is equal to m by 2 if m is even, which is equal to m plus 1 by 2 if m is odd. Let V of Cm equal to V1, V2, V3, etc. Vm, and edge set of cycle Cm, which is equal to V1 dash, V2 dash, V3 dash, etc. Vm dash, be the vertices and edges of Cm respectively, taken in cyclic order. Let vertex set of jump graph of cycle, which is as per the definition of jump graph, we must consider that is edge set of Cm, that is V1 dash, V2 dash, V3 dash, etc. Vm dash. Similar to the proof for the jump graph of path, the neighboring vertices of jump graph of cycle are non-adjacent to each other, and so same color can be assigned these neighboring vertices. Here the cycle, the vertices V1, V2, V3, V4, V5. Here the edges, in the as per the definition of the jump graph, here we must consider the edges as vertices, that is the edges, the new vertices, that is V1 dash, V2 dash, V3 dash, V4 dash, V5 dash. Here the V1 dash and V5 dash are adjacent. So in the jump graph of cycle, V1 dash and V5 dash should not be adjacent, and V1 dash and V2 dash also should not be adjacent. Therefore, V1 dash is adjacent with V3 dash as well as V4 dash. V1 dash is adjacent with V4 dash as well as V3 dash. Similarly, here V2 dash is adjacent with V3 and V1. Sorry, V3 dash and V1 dash. So V2 dash should be adjacent only with V4 dash and V5 dash. Similarly, V3 dash should be adjacent only with V5 dash and V1 dash, and V4 dash should be adjacent with only V2 dash and V1 dash, and V5 dash is adjacent only with V2 dash and V3 dash. Here the cycle and jump graph of cycle, that is we are considering 5 vertices, that is C5 and J of C5. Since the total number of vertices is m and the same color can be assigned to 2 vertices each, the total number of colors required will be either m by 2 or m plus 1 by 2. The assigning of colors is done in the following way. If m is even, we assign the colors 1, 1, 2, 2, etc. m by 2 to the vertices V1 dash, V2 dash, V3 dash, V4 dash, etc. Vm dash respectively. In this case, all the colors assigned twice. If m is odd, we assign the colors 1, 1, 2, 2, etc. m plus 1 by 2 to the vertices V1 dash, V2 dash, V3 dash, V4 dash, etc. Vm dash respectively. In this case, the color m plus 1 by 2 is assigned once and all other remaining colors are assigned twice. That is mod 1 by 2, which is equal to 1. Therefore, the equitable coloring conditions are satisfied. Thus, in both the cases, equitable coloring conditions are satisfied. Next, the corollary. Since the jump graph of P2, jump graph of P3, and jump graph of C3 are null graphs, we know that the null graph means we need only one color, that is the chromatic number or equitable chromatic number for these jump graph of P2, P3 or C3, which is equal to 1. Next theorem, the equitable chromatic number of jump graph of wheel graph, that is J of Wm, the here m is greater than 3 and m being any positive integer is the chromatic number chi equal J of Wm equal to ceiling function of 2 of m minus 1 by 3. Here let V of Wm, that is vertex set of wheel graph, that is singleton set V union Ui. Here I varies from 1 to m minus 1. And E of Wm, that is Vi dash, here I varies from 1 to m minus 1 union Ui dash, here I varies from 1 to m minus 1. where Vi dash is the edge VUI, I varies from 1 to m minus 1, and Ui dash is the edge Ui plus 1. Here I varies from 1 to m minus 2, and m minus 1 dash is the edge m minus 1 U1. By the definition of jump graph, vertex set of jump graph of wheel, that is Wm, which is equal to edge set of Wm, which is equal to Vi dash union Ui dash. Here I varies from 1 to m minus 1. Here we are considering the wheel graph with the 5 vertices, that is V. Here having the vertices in the wheel graph U1, U2, U3, U4. And then as per the definition of jump graph, consider the edges as vertices, that is U1 dash, U2 dash, U3 dash, U4 dash as the outer cycle. In the inner spoke, V1 dash, V2 dash, V3 dash, and V4 dash. Here V1 dash should be adjacent with U2 dash and U3 dash as per the definition of jump graph, and V2 dash is adjacent with U3 dash and U4 dash. Similarly, V3 dash is adjacent with U1 dash and U4 dash. Here U1 dash is also adjacent with U3 dash. Here there is a non-adjacent in the wheel graph. The proof: the total number of vertices of jump graph of wheel graph is 2 into m minus 1. Since minimum degree of each vertex of jump graph of Wm is 3, so at least 3 colors must be used. Hence, the total number of colors used can be ceiling function of 2 into m minus 1 by 3. The assigning of colors can be done by the following 3 cases. Case 1, if m mod 3 equal to 0, m mod 3 concurrent to 0, the partition of vertex set of jump graph of wheel graph is done as follows. Here we are having the vertex set partition, that is a class, that is the capital V1 equal to V1 dash V2 dash union U1 dash, V2 equal to V3 dash union U2 dash U3 dash, and we set V3 equal to V4 dash V5 dash union U4 dash, etc. And V ceiling function of 2 m minus 1 m minus 3 by 3 equal to V m minus 3 dash union U m minus 4 dash and U m minus 3 dash. Similarly, V ceiling function of 2 into m minus 1 m minus 2 by 3 equal to V m minus 2 dash union U m minus 2 dash. V of ceiling function of 2 into m minus 1 by 3 equal to V m minus 1 dash union U m minus 1 dash. The number of vertices in each of the color classes is either 2 or 3. Therefore, mod 2 minus 3 equal to 1. Therefore, these color classes satisfying the equitable coloring conditions. Therefore, it satisfying the equitability. Similarly, the case 2, if m mod 3 concurrent to 1, the partition of vertex set is done as follows. V1 equal to V1 dash V2 dash union U1 dash, V2 equal to V3 dash union U2 dash and U3 dash. Similarly, V3 equal to V4 dash V5 dash union U4 dash, etc. V of ceiling function of 2 into m minus 2 by 3 equal to V m minus 3 dash V m minus 2 dash union U m minus 3 dash, and V of 2 into m minus 1 by 3 equal to V m minus 1 dash union U m minus 2 dash U m minus 1 dash. Here also each of the color classes having 3 vertices satisfies the equitability. That is mod 3 minus 3, that is 0. That is satisfying the equitable conditions. The third case, if m mod 3 concurrent to 2, the partition of vertex set of jump graph of a wheel is done as follows. V1 is V1 dash V2 dash union U1 dash, and V2 is equal to V3 dash union U2 dash U3 dash, and V3 equal to V4 dash V5 dash union U4 dash, etc. V of ceiling function of 2 into m minus 2 by 3 equal to V m minus 2 dash union U m minus 3 dash U m minus 2 dash. Similarly, V of ceiling function of 2 into m minus 1 by 3, which is equal to V m minus 1 dash union U m minus 1 dash. Here, if you see, the number of vertices in each of the color classes is either 2 or 3, and mod 2 minus 3, which is equal to 1. Therefore, the equitable coloring conditions are satisfied. Therefore, it satisfies the equitability. Thus, in all the 3 cases, it satisfies the equitable coloring conditions. Therefore, the proof is completed. Next theorem, the equitable chromatic number of jump graph of Helm graph which is j of hm. Here m greater than or equal to 3 and m being any positive integer, the result is m. M means the here number of vertices. Here let vertex set of Helm graph hm, which is equal to a single set v union ui. Here I varies from 1 to m, union wi. Here I varies from 1 to m, and edge set of Helm graph hm, which is equal to vi dash union ui dash. Here I varies from 1 to here for vi dash I varies from 1 to m, for ui dash I varies from 1 to m minus 1, union um dash union wi dash. Here I varies from 1 to m, where vi dash is the edge vui. Here I varies from 1 to m, ui dash is the edge ui plus 1. Here I varies from 1 to m minus 1. Similarly, um dash is the edge u1 and wi dash is the edge wi. Here I varies from 1 to m. By the definition of jump graph, vertex set of jump graph of Helm graph, which is equal to, as per the definition of jump graph, we must consider the edge set of Helm graph, that is vi dash I varies from 1 to m, union ui dash I varies from 1 to m minus 1, union um dash union wi dash. Here I varies from 1 to m. Each vertex vi dash I varies from 1 to m is the non-adjacent with the vertices ui dash and wi dash. Here I varies from 1 to m. Hence, color I is assigned to the vertices vi dash, ui dash and wi dash. I varies from 1 to m. Thus, the colors 1, 2, 3, etc. m appears 3 times each, satisfying m equitable coloring. Therefore, equitable coloring of j of hm equal to m. So, this is the example. H3. Here we are using W1 in the center vertex. We are considering that is V, and the outer cycle V, U1, U2, U3, and the pendant vertices W1, W2, W3. Here for the edges W1 dash, W2 dash, W3 dash, and U1 dash, U2 dash, U3 dash. In the inner spoke V1 dash, V2 dash, V3 dash. By the definition of jump graph, V of j of hm, that is jump graph of H3. Here V1 dash should be adjacent with U2 dash, W2 dash, W3 dash. See the graph? So this is the jump graph of H3. Good. Next, the equitable chromatic number of jump graph of sunlit graph, that is j of sm. Here m is a positive integer which is greater than or equal to 3. The result is equitable chromatic number of jump graph of sm, which is equal to m. Let vertex set of sunlit graph sm equal to vi, I varies from 1 to m, union ui, I varies from 1 to m, and the edge set of sunlit graph which is equal to vi dash, I varies from 1 to m minus 1, union vm dash, union ui dash, I varies from 1 to m, where the vi dash is the edge, vi plus 1, here I varies from 1 to m minus 1, and vm dash is the edge, vm v1, that is connecting vm and v1. Ui dash is the edge connecting vi and ui, here I varies from 1 to m, that is v1, u1, v2, u2, etc. vm, um. That is u1 dash is the edge v1, u1, u2 dash is for the edge v2 and u2, etc. By the definition of jump graph, vertex set of jump graph of the sunlit graph sm, which is equal to, as per the definition of jump graph, we are considering the edge set of the sunlit graph, that is e of sm, which is equal to vi dash, that is I varies from 1 to m minus 1, union vm dash, union ui dash, I varies from 1 to m. Here the sunlit graph S4. Here V1, V2, V3, V4 are the cycle vertices on the cycle, and U1, U2, U3, U4 are the pendant vertices. Here for the jump graph, we are considering the outer pendant edges are U1 dash, U2 dash, U3 dash, U4 dash. In the cycle, the edges we are denoting V1 dash, V2 dash, V3 dash, and V4 dash. Here the jump graph of S4. Here the vertex V1 U1 dash is adjacent with V1 dash, V4 dash. U1 dash is adjacent only with V4 dash and V1 dash. So in the jump graph, V1 dash should be adjacent with V3 dash, U2 dash, and U3 dash. Similarly, the other vertices. Each vertex Vi dash I varies from 1 to M is adjacent to all other vertices of Vi dash. Here I varies from 1 to M except for the two neighboring vertices. Each vertex of Ui dash I varies from 1 to M is adjacent to all other vertices of Ui dash I varies from 1 to M. Thus, a clique is formed for the vertices Ui dash I varies from 1 to M. Hence, it satisfies the equitable colors 1, 2, 3, etc. M are assigned to the vertices V1 dash, V2 dash, V3 dash, etc. Vm dash, and U1 dash, U2 dash, U3 dash, etc. Um dash respectively. Thus, each color 1, 2, 3, etc. M are assigned 2 times. So, in each and every color classes, we have only two number of vertices. That is, the size of each and every color classes is 2. Therefore, it satisfies the equitable coloring conditions. Therefore, equitable chromatic number of jump graph of sunlit graph which is equal to M. Next theorem, the equitable chromatic number of jump graph of tadpole graph, that is J of T M comma N. Here M greater than 3 and M is being any positive integer. The result is ceiling function of M plus N by 2. Let vertex set of tadpole graph T M comma N which is equal to Vi. Here I varies from 1 to M union Pj. Here J varies from 1 to N, and edge set of tadpole graph T M comma N which is equal to Vi dash. Here I varies from 1 to M union Pj dash. Here J varies from 1 to N, where Vi dash is the edge Vi plus 1. Here I varies from 1 to M minus 1. Vm dash is the edge Vm V1. P1 dash is the edge V1 P1, and Pj dash is the edge Pj minus 1 Pj. Here J varies from 2 to N. Let vertex set of jump graph of tadpole graph is equal to edge set of tadpole graph, that is Vi dash union Pj dash. Here I varies from 1 to M and J varies from 1 to N. Here this is the example for a tadpole graph, that is a cycle with 4 vertices and a path with 3 vertices, that is T4, 3. Here in the cycle we are considering the vertices V1, V2, V3, V4. In the path we are considering the vertices P1, P2, P3. In the edges in the cycle we are considering V1 dash, V2 dash, V3 dash, V4 dash. In the path in the tadpole graph, that is we are considering the edges as P1 dash, P2 dash, P3 dash. So this is the jump graph of T4, 3. Here P2 dash is adjacent with only P1 dash and P3 dash. Here therefore in the jump graph, that is P1 dash must be adjacent with the P3 dash as well as V3 dash and V2 dash. By definition, the neighboring vertices of jump graph of tadpole graph are non-adjacent to each other and can thus be assigned the same color. Since neighboring two vertices are assigned one color, the total number of colors used are M plus N by 2, where M plus N is the total number of vertices. The assigning of colors is as follows. The colors as per the sequence 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, etc. Ceiling function of M plus N by 2 are assigned consecutively to the vertices V1 dash, V2 dash, V3 dash, etc. Vm dash, and P1 dash, P2 dash, etc. Pn dash, such that each color appears either once or twice. Therefore, norm any color classes the size 1 or 2. Therefore, satisfying the condition for equitable coloring. Therefore, equitable chromatic number of jump graph of tadpole graph which is equal to ceiling function of M plus N by 2. Here we have considering the jump graph of some graphs and taking the equitable chromatic number for some basic graphs, tadpole graph, cycle, and other basic graphs. Still, there are many open problems. We can take the equitable chromatic number of jump graph of any graph. Still, this is an open problem, or we are trying to find the bounds, upper or lower bounds for this equitable chromatic number of jump graph of any graph, or still there are many open problems. Jump graph, we can find the equitable chromatic number of jump graph of any regular graph or any directed graph, or still the open problems. Next, the equitable coloring of derived graph of some graphs. I hope here many researchers are participating in this conference. I hope we can extend our work to your further research, and you can publish in the very good Scopus indexed journals. These are all the new work by us. Still, there are many problems are there for finding equitable chromatic number of some various graphs. Equitable. Next, next topic is equitable coloring of derived graph of some graphs. One of the most interesting operation applied to the graphs is graph theory is derived graph, and there are several problems in the derived graph still open for finding the results. Not only in the equitable coloring, the other coloring, B coloring and harmonious coloring and star coloring, acyclic coloring, etc. And in the rainbow coloring also, you can use the operation derived graph and find you can find the new results. On applying this operation, a new graph is obtained from a graph. The derived graph concept has been rediscovered by many names: line graph, or adjoint, or interchange graph, or edge to vertex dual, etc. The derived graph of a graph is the one in which two vertices are adjacent if and only if their distance in the original graph is 2. If in the original graph, if distance is 2, then make the adjacency. The distance between any two vertices is the length of the shortest path between those two vertices. The nth, this is the single derived graph. Similarly, we can extend our result for the nth derived graph. That is, nth derived graph of a graph G is the graph in which two vertices are adjacent if and only if their distance is n. Here we are considering distance is 2. We can extend in generalize for distance is n in G. The first derived graph is the graph itself. If mentioned as derived graph, we mean as second derived graph. Here we are considering second derived graph. Similarly, the results can be extended for the third derived graph, fourth derived graph, etc. up to the nth derived graph. The definition, the formal definition for the derived graph. We can find the formal definition in the reference number 14. Let G be a simple graph with vertex at V of G. The derived graph of G denoted by G plus is the graph with the same vertex at V of G in which two vertices are adjacent if and only if their distance in G is 2. The distance between two vertices is the length of the shortest path between those two vertices. Here we are finding some results, basic results for a derived graph of some graphs. Here we are considering the derived graph of path. First we considering the path with the m vertices. The equitable chromatic number of derived graph of path Pm, where m is any positive integer, and the condition for m is m should be greater than or equal to 3, and the result is the equitable chromatic number of derived graph of path, which is equal to 3 if m equal to 2i. Here I is equal to 3, 5, 7, 9, etc. The result is 2 otherwise. Here let the vertex set of path equal to vertex set of derived graph of path, both are same, which is equal to v1, v2, v3, etc. vm. Here in the original graph or derived graph, the vertex set is always same. Only the adjacency is different. By the definition of derived graph, the adjacent vertices with the distance 2 in Pm are adjacent in G plus. That is a derived graph of path. Hence, in the derived graph of path, each Vi is adjacent to Vi plus 2. That is, I varies from 1 to m minus 2. And each Vi is non-adjacent with Vi plus 1. Here I varies from 1 to m minus 1. Here this is the path we are considering with the path with 7 vertices. Here the derived graph of P7 is the example. Since each Vi and Vi plus 2, here I varies from 1 to m minus 2 are adjacent, a minimum of 2 colors must be used. The assigning of colors is done by partitioning the color classes into the following 2 cases. Here the case 1 we are considering when m is even. Here V1 is V1, V2, V5, V6, Vm minus, etc. Vm minus 3 and Vm minus 2. Here V2 is equal to, the color class V2 is equal to V3, V4, V7, V8, etc. Vm minus 1, Vm. Similarly, the size of V1 or size of V2 both are equal to m by 2. Size means the number of vertices. When m is odd, V1 equal to V1, V2, V5, V6, V9, V10, etc. and V2 equal to the remaining vertices, that is V3, V4, V7, V8, V11, V12, etc. Here mod V1 minus V2 is either 0 or 1. Therefore, the condition of equitable coloring satisfied on the both the cases. The above partitioning does not hold good when M equal to 2i. I varies from psi equal to 3, 5, 7, 9. In this case, equitability is not satisfied when two colors are used. Hence, an additional color 3 is used. Colors 1, 2, 3 are assigned consecutively in the same order to the vertices Vi. Here I varies from 1 to M such that equitability is satisfied. Next theorem. The equitable chromatic number of derived graph of cycle, that is G plus of Cm, where M is any positive integer and M greater than or equal to 4 is equitable chromatic number of derived graph of cycle, which is equal to 2 if M is even, and which is equal to 3 if M is odd. Similarly, the ordinary chromatic number of cycle, the same results. Since here we have only, after taking the derived graph, we are having the format of cycle only. So the proof is obvious. Here also we are considering the two cases, that is M is, as per the cycle, M is even means what is the proof, and M is odd means. Here M is odd means here we are, we must assign the colors in the three ways. That is very important. The condition 1, M mod 3 equal to 0 means the colors 1, 2, 3 are assigned consecutively in the same order to the vertices V1, V2, V3, etc. Vm, such that each color appears M by 3 times, satisfying equitability. The condition 2, M mod 3 equal to 1, the colors 1, 2, 3 are assigned consecutively in the same order to the vertices V1, V2, V3, etc. Vm minus 1, and the vertex Vm is assigned the color 1. The cardinality of each of the color classes is either equal or differs by 1. Therefore, as per the definition of the equitable chromatic number, obviously it satisfies the equitability. The condition 3, M mod 3 equal to 2. The colors 1, 2, 3 are assigned consecutively in the same order to the vertices V1, V2, V3, etc. Vm minus 1. The vertices Vm minus 1 and Vm are assigned the colors 3 and 1 respectively. Here it is important. Here also the number of number of colors are satisfying the equitability condition. Thus, when the number of vertices is odd, equitability is satisfied with the 3 colors. Next theorem, the equitable chromatic number of derived graph of wheel graph. Here M must be greater than or equal to 5, and M is any positive integer. The equitable chromatic number of derived graph of wheel Wm, which is equal to 2 if M minus 1 is divisible by 4, which is equal to 3 otherwise. Here vertex set of wheel graph with the M vertices, which is equal to vertex set of derived graph of wheel with the M vertices, which is equal to singleton V union Vi. I varies from 1 to M minus 1. The vertices with the degree 2 in the wheel graph are adjacent vertices in its derived graph. Since each vertex is adjacent to at least one vertex, a minimum of 2 colors are required. Here this is the, actually this is a disconnected graph. In the disconnected graph, we can assign the equitable chromatic number, that is the derived graph of W7. The assigning of colors is done by the following cases. The case 1, when M minus 1 is divisible by 4. Since M minus 1 is divisible by 4, the colors 1, 1, 2, 2 are assigned consecutively in the same order to the vertices Vi. I varies from 1 to M minus 1, such that both the colors appears M minus 1 by 2 each times each. Since V is an isolated vertex, color 1 or 2 can be assigned which satisfies the equitability. Hence, the equitable chromatic number of derived graph of wheel graph, which is equal to 2. Next, case 2, when M minus 1 is not divisible by 4. In this case, proper vertex coloring is not satisfied when 2 colors are used. Hence, additional color is needed. So, the assigning of colors is done by the following 3 ways. M minus 1 mod 3 equal to 0. The colors 1, 2, 3 are assigned consecutively in the same order to the vertices Vi. I varies from 1 to M minus 1 such that each color is assigned M minus 1 by 3 times. The isolated vertex V is assigned color 1. Thus, color 1 is assigned M minus 1 by 3 plus 1 times. Whereas the colors 2 and 3 are assigned M minus 1 by 3 times. Similarly, the next condition M minus 1 mod 3 equal to 1. The colors 1, 2, 3 are assigned consecutively in the same order to the vertices Vi. I varies from 1 to M minus 1 such that each color is assigned M minus 2 by 3 times. The vertex here E m minus 1 is assigned color 3, satisfying proper vertex coloring, and the isolated vertex V is assigned color 1. Thus colors 1 and 3 are assigned m minus 2 by 3 plus 1 times, whereas colors 2 is assigned m minus 2 by 3 times. So obviously the differs at most 1. Therefore equitability condition satisfied. The third condition, m minus 1 mod 3 equal to 2. The colors 1, 2, 3 are assigned consecutively in the same order to the vertices Vi. 1 less than or equal to I less than or equal to m minus 3, such that each color is assigned m minus 3 by 3 times. The remaining two vertices V m minus 2 and V m minus 1 are assigned colors 3 and 1 respectively, and the isolated vertex V is assigned color 2. Thus all the colors are assigned m by 3 times. Equitable coloring is thus isolated, are satisfied in the condition 1, 2, 3. Therefore equitable chromatic number of derived graph of wheel equal to 3. Next, the equitable chromatic number of derived graph of Helm graph, which is equal to 4. I think that due to the time constraint, you can see the proof. So this is the derived graph of Helm graph with the 4 vertices. The proof here also we are considering the case 1 m mod 4 equal to 0, case 2 m mod 4 equal to 1, case 3 m mod 4 equal to 2. We are considering 3 cases, and the case 4 is m mod 4 equal to 3. Similarly, we are taken the result equitable chromatic number of derived graph of sunlit graph. Here m greater than or equal to 3 and m is any positive integer. The equitable chromatic number of derived graph of sunlit graph is which is equal to 3. The proof. Here also minimum we need 3 colors. This is the derived graph of sunlit graph with the 5 vertices. This is the proof. And equitable chromatic number of derived graph of tadpole graph. The result is 3. Here m must be greater than 3 and m is any positive integer. So this is the derived graph of tadpole graph with 3, 4. The proof. And the conclusion. Here I am getting the theoretical results. That is, we are equitable chromatic number. There are several in the literature. There are several papers published in the reputed journals and SCA and Scopus indexed journals. Still, there are many problems are there, and the new problems are there. We can get the new results for finding equitable chromatic number of jump graph, of derived graph, of other graphs, or we can try to find the equitable chromatic number of jump graph of any graph. At least we can find the bounds. We are trying to find the, currently we are working for the bounds, and similar as well as for derived graph, we can find the equitable chromatic number of derived or jump graph of any regular graph or directed graph or other types of graphs are still open. And these are all the references. And this occasion, these results are worked out along with me, Dr. Pravina. She is worked out these results for her as a part of her PhD thesis. This is entirely new work by me and my scholar, Dr. Pravina. I think, shall I conclude, brother?
Yes, Doctor, is that going to be the end of your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. So thank you very much for the presentation. I'm sure that the participants can learn a lot regard to the graph theory and also graph coloring, which can be actually used in numerous aspects of human life, including transportation and also map generation or mapping. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we still have like 20 to 30 minutes to cover the Q&A sessions. So if you would like to raise questions or if you want to share your ideas, please write your comments or questions in the chat box, or you can also we do believe that we still have enough time to cover probably 3 to 4 questions. And yes, we now have one question from Inanga Suparta. Allow me to read the question for you. The question is there any relation between the jump and line graph in terms of coloring? Okay, would you like to address the question directly, Doctor?
Thank you for the question. Actually, the equitable chromatic number for line graph and jump graph are different, but we can find the relationship. Since in the jump graph, we are making the non-adjacent edges for the jump graph of in the original graph. If the 2 edges are adjacent, here in the jump graph, we are making the non-adjacent. Therefore, the results may be different. And one more question. And so I think some participants are asking my slides. So definitely, I will share my slides. I will hand over the slides to Professor Defik, and as well as Ika. You can get it from the organizer.
Okay, that will be excellent. We can deeply study about your topic.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your answer.
Okay. Or you can get the, I can give my email ID.
Okay, this going to be wonderful. So perhaps you can have more extended discussions.
Any other basic papers or see the chat box. My email ID is venkatmax@gmail.com. You can note down my email ID. You can get the basic papers in the equitable chromatic number. You can always ask me through email. I will send you the PPT and basic papers for your further reference and your work.
Brother, the one who asked you, he is Professor Nengak from University Undiksa, Bali.
Indonesia University of Education, Bali.
He will be and his student potential joint collaborator in the future for the research, because we already signed an MOU to have a joint research. So,
I am happy to work along with you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So you can go to Bali sometime.
Yeah, I am happy. Please share his contact through to my email or WhatsApp.
All right, definitely. Yeah.
That's okay. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we still invite questions or comments from the audience. No more question from the participants?
Audience, the one that already talked and delivered by Associate Professor Venkatachalam, we already have one paper published in Palestinian journal. Am I right, brother?
Yes, brother, yes.
So I believe student from Malaysia also can join in the future for his topic or her topic for finishing her or his PhD. So it is open for all of you.
Thank you. I shall be much thankful to you all. If you are joined with me as well as Defik, you can contact through the proper channel via with Professor Defik. We are all joined together and work some papers in the near future.
Okay, thank you. Very nice talk and very clear explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
It's okay. We do believe that future collaboration and also research is going to be a very prospective path for personal improvement, not only for the lecturers, but also for students who plan to extend their study to master's degree and also to doctoral degree. Yes. Again, if we have no more questions or comments from the participants, we can probably end up the plenary session guided by Dr. Ben Katachalam. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, could you join me to give a big applause to our outstanding first plenary speaker, Dr. Ben Katachalam. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was a very fruitful and also comprehensive presentation and talk by our first plenary speaker. And we are now going to move on to the second plenary talk. And this is also going to be related to mathematics and also combinatorics. Our second plenary speaker is going to be the esteemed Professor Dr. M. Salman, SSE, MSE. He is a professor in mathematics and combinatorics. Before we move on, please allow me to greet our second speaker, Professor Salman. Are you with us right now? Good morning, Professor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Okay. I'm very well, thank you. How are you today?
Me too, Alhamdulillah.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. I hope you and your entire family remains happy and healthy always, especially during the pandemic. Okay.
Amen.
Right. Professor, before we proceed to your presentation, please allow me to read a brief curriculum vitae related to your educational background and also personal achievement. So, Professor Dr. M. Salman, SSE, MSE, is affiliated with the Faculty of Mathematics and Science of Bandung Institute of Technology, or ITB, Institut Teknologi Bandung, and he achieved the bachelor degree at ITB in 1993, and then he successfully gained the master degree also from ITB Bandung, Indonesia in 1997. In addition to the master degree, he also furthered his study to the doctoral degree at the University of Twente, Netherlands in 2005. And in addition to the extensive study, he also has successfully published over 51 international articles in many reputable journals. Some of the recent publications include on the total irregularity strength of fan, wheel, triangular book, and friendship graph, which is published on Presidia Computer Science in 2015, and then also total irregularity strength of three family of graph, which is issued by the Mathematics in Computer Science in 2015, and also another one is on the path super magicness of a cycle with some pendants, which is published on Utilitas Mathematica. And also, another important point is our second speaker has 5 papers cited on Scopus, one of which is related to 8 supermagic labelings of graph with 113 citations, and another one is on 8 supermagic labelings for certain shackles and amalgamations of a connected graph with over 104 citations. And that clearly indicates how outstanding our second plenary speaker is. Also, he has successfully published 79 documents, which is indexed by Scopus, and with citations over 837. And that leads to an H index of 16. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's going to be a brief introduction to our second plenary speaker. Professor, we have 60 minutes to cover your presentation, and then it's going to be followed by 30 minutes of QA. Is it going to be fine, Professor?
Could you hear my voice?
Yes, you can start now, Professor. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. Thank you, Pak David. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your coming in this section. I pray that we are in good health now. Well, I would like to thank the organizing committee, especially for Prof. David and Prof. Slamin, who have invited me to give a talk in this conference. The title of my talk is Some Results on Strong 3 Rainbow Index of Graph. The outline of my talk is as follows. First, I present a motivation of this topic. Then I show you some results about the 3 rainbow index of some graph formed by joining a graph and a trivial graph, all of amalgamation of some graph with diameter 2. After that, we consider some result about the strong 3 rainbow index of certain graph and of graphs that are obtained by certain graph operation, namely at amalgamation, com product, and H-com product. In the last section, we see some open problem. Do you see my slide or not?
Yes, it's very clear, Professor.
Yes, okay.
Yes, Professor, it's quite clear.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, very clear.
Yeah. Okay, let's start with a motivation. Security problem is one example of problems that are often encountered in everyday life, included in a communication network. In designing a secret communication network, someone wants to design a network that can be used by certain people safely. One of the ways that can be done to make a information exchange line between two people in a communication network is by assigning a large enough number of passwords to line which may have other people as intermediaries so that no password is repeated. Of course, this is easy if the number of passwords are not restricted. However, in reality, the economic aspect is taken into consideration. Just the number of passwords that we use are expected to be as minimal as possible. So the problem is how to design a communication network by using the number of passwords as minimal as possible, such that for every 2% has a secure information exchange line between them. In 2008, Chatran, John, Michael, and Zhang introduced a rainbow coloring and a rainbow connection number of graph. Let G be a non-trivial connected graph for an integer h. Let C be a function from the h set of G to the set of h first positive integers, where adjacent edges may be colored the same. For two vertices U and P of G, a UP-paired P in G is a rainbow UP-paired if no two edges of P are colored the same. For instance, a paired P1, P, P5 is not a rainbow P1, P5 path, since edges P1P and P5 receive the same color, namely 1. But a path P1, P, P6, P5 is a rainbow P1, P5 path, since every edge gets different color. Graph G is a rainbow connected, of course, with respect to C, if for every two distinct vertices U and P of G, there exists a rainbow UP path in G. In this figure, we can see an example of an edge color graph that is not rainbow connected, since there is no a U2, U3 path. I mean, there is no a U2, U3 rainbow path. Yeah. A rainbow coloring is that a rainbow edge coloring of G if edge color are used. Meanwhile, the minimum edge such that G as a rainbow edge coloring is called the rainbow connection number of G, denoted by RCG. Look at an example. What is the rainbow connection number of this graph? Since we can define an edge coloring by using three colors of the graph as shown in this figure, and we can check that every two vertices as a rainbow path connecting them, the rainbow connection number of the graph is at most 3. So we get an upper bound of the rainbow connection number of the graph is 3. Now we have a question. Is it possible to define a rainbow two coloring of this graph? Consider vertices P1 and P3. Since the distance of them is 2 and only one path with distance 2 connecting them, with the law of generality, we can color P1, P with 1 and P3 with 2. Now consider a path with distance 2 that connecting P1 and P5. It is only P1, P and P5. So we have color P5 with 2. We cannot get a rainbow connection. We cannot get a rainbow path connecting P3 and P5. So it is impossible to define a rainbow two coloring on the graph. It means that the rainbow connection number of the graph is larger than 2. We conclude that RC of this graph is equal 3. In order to determine the rainbow connection number of any graph is not easy. Caro et al. Conjecture that deciding whether a graph G as RCG equal to is NP-complete. In particular, computing RCG is NP-hard. The conjecture then was proved by Chakraborty et al. They also proved that to decide whether a given edge color graph is rainbow connected is NP-complete. So some researchers consider certain classes of graph or design a heuristic algorithm to find a lower or an upper bound of the rainbow connection number. In the paper with title Rainbow Connection in Graph, Chatran et al. Also introduced the strong rainbow coloring on graph. It is a rainbow coloring on graph G such that for every two vertices U and P of G, there exists a rainbow UP path of length the distance between U and P. Such a path is called a rainbow UP geodesic. The distance between two vertices U and P and G, denoted by DUP, is the length of a shortest UP path in G. A strong rainbow edge coloring of G is a strong rainbow coloring using edge colors. The minimum edge such that G as a strong rainbow edge coloring is called the strong rainbow connection number of G, denoted by SRCG. For an example, look at an edge coloring of this graph. We can check that it is a strong rainbow or coloring. So SRCG is at most 4. By considering P and PQ, where they are not on the same triangle, we have that the color of PP is different with the color of PQ. So SRC of G is at least 4. We conclude that the strong rainbow connection number of G is 4. We have shown before that the rainbow connection number of G is 3. But we get just SRCG is 4. It is logic, since a strong rainbow coloring is also a rainbow coloring, but it is not true conversely. So we have this relation. A lower bound of the rainbow connection number of G is the diameter of G. Meanwhile, an upper bound of this strong rainbow connection number of G is the size of G. The rainbow connection number of certain graphs have known. For instance, in 2008, Chatran et al. Provided rainbow connection number of cycles, wheel, bipartite graphs, and complete multipartite graph. In 2012, Lee et al. Considered rainbow connection number of graph with diameter 2. In 2016, Vitrani and I provided rainbow connection number of amalgamation of some graph. Some other results on rainbow connection number can be found in rainbow connection of graph, a survey by Lee et al. And in an update survey on rainbow connection of graph, dynamic survey by Lee and Sun. Well, in 2010, Chatran, Okamoto, Zhang generalized a concept rainbow path to rainbow tree. A tree T in G is set a rainbow tree if no two edges of T receive the same color. Look at an S-colored graph. This graph, this tree is a rainbow tree. Yes, but this tree is not a rainbow tree. Since P1 and P3 get the same color. Let K be an integer, at least 2, and at most the kernelity of the vertex set of G. For further discussion, let S be a subset of PG with a kernelity of S equal K. And S coloring C of G is set a K rainbow coloring if for every set S in G, there exists a rainbow tree containing S. Such a rainbow tree is called a rainbow S3. If S color are used, then C is called a K rainbow S coloring of G. Meanwhile, the minimum S such that G as a K rainbow S coloring is called the K rainbow index of G, denoted by RxKG. Look at this example. If we consider this, yeah, this is a S coloring, and we can check that every 3 vertices as a rainbow tree. So we can conclude that Rx3G is at most 4. What if we use only 3 colors? With the loss of generality, we can color PP1 with 1, PP3 with 2, and PP5 with 3. Now consider P1, P3, and P7. We have to color PP7 with 3. We obtain that there is no rainbow set of P1, P5, P3, P7, 3. It means that we can conclude that the 3 rainbow index of G is 4. The standard distance of S, denoted by ds, is the minimum size of a tree in G containing S. Such a tree is called a standard S tree. The K standard diameter of G, denoted by S diam KG, is the maximum standard distance of S among all set S in G. What is the 3 standard diameter of graph in this figure? Let's take 3 vertices. If P is one of S, we get the standard distance of them is 2. Yes. So we can conclude that S diam 3G is 3. Now, what are one of K rainbow index of any graph? Chatran et al. Have studied about them. Let G be a non-trivial connected graph order at least 3. For its integer K at least 3 and at most n minus 1, the K rainbow index of G is at most n minus 1, whereas the K rainbow index of G is n minus 1. Then, for every non-trivial graph G of order n at least 3 and its integer K, we have Rxk is larger than or equal to S diameter Kg. Yes. And for every non-trivial connected graph G of order n, we have the inequality. The 3 rainbow index of certain graphs have now. For instance, Chatran et al. Provided 3 rainbow index of 3 unicyclic graph and complete graph. Chen et al. Provided 3 rainbow index of multifaceted graph and wheel. Then Liu and Hu gave some upper bound for 3 rainbow index of certain graph. Now we consider the 3 rainbow index of graphs that are obtained by a graph operation. Graph operation have an important role to model a larger and complex communication network. Let's start with joint operation. Let G and H be 2 graphs. A joint of G and H, denoted by G plus H, is a graph with the vertex set PG union PH and the edge set EG union EH. Union the set of edges UP for all U in PG and P in PH. Let's see this example. This is P4 and this is a complete graph on 3 vertices. What is P4 plus K3? It is a graph like in this figure. In 2019, Kartika and I determined the 3 rainbow index of tuning a path on n vertices or a complete bipartite graph KNN with a K1. We can see the 3 rainbow index of joining a path with K1 in theorem 1. The value are from 2 to 5. We can see that the value is 5 for n at least 17. We know that a path is a tree, and the 3 rainbow index of a tree on n vertices is n minus 1. It means that the value of the 3 rainbow index of Pn increase if n increase. But by joining Pn with K1, its 3 rainbow index of the graph is peak 5 for large n. Now let's consider a complete bipartite graph K and N joining by a K1. As you see in this theorem, the 3 rainbow index is 3. The value is equal to the 3 rainbow index of K and N. Now let's look the second operation, amalgamation. For at least for T at least 2, let G1, G2, G3 be a collection of finite, simple, and connected graph, and its Gi as a peak vertex V or I, all are terminal vertex. The amalgamation of G1, G2, G3, denoted by amal Gi phenol I, is a graph obtained by taking all Gi's and identifying their terminal vertices. If for each I, Gi is homomorphic to G and phenol I equal U, then amal Gi phenol E is denoted by amal G UT. For example, this is a wheel on 7 vertices. A wheel on 7 vertices can makes to amalgamation, yeah, and we can get a graph, for instance, amal W6UP like this. In 2019, Amalis and I consider amalgamation of some graphs with diameter 2. First, we consider amalgamation of wheels, and the second, we consider amalgamation of pen. For wheel, we have theorem 3. For n at least 4, let Wn be a wheel of order n plus 1, and U be the center vertex of Wn. Then the 3 rainbow index of amalgamation WNU2 is 4 for n from 4 to h, and the value is at most 5 for n at least 9. In the left figure, we can see a 3 rainbow coloring of amal WHU2. Meanwhile, in the right figure, we can see a 3 rainbow coloring of amal W5U2. Next, by using theorem 4, we have coloring 1. It is using for case the first wheel and the second wheel are not the same order. For I in the set 1 and 2, let an I be an integer at least 4. Let W and I be a wheel of order Ni plus 1, and phenol I be the center vertex of W and I. Let G isomorphic to amal Wn1 phenol 1, Wn2 phenol 2. Then Rx3G is 4 for N1, N2 in set 4 to H, and to at least 9. For instance, we can see this figure. Yeah, in the left figure, it is 3 rainbow coloring of amal W4 WHU, and the right figure, it is the 3 rainbow coloring of amal W9 W12U. For fan, we have theorem 4. For n at least 3, Fn be Fn of order n plus 1, and U be the center vertex of Fn. then Rx3 amal Fn U2 is 4 for n from 3 to 6, and Rx3 amal Fn U2 is at most 5 for n at least 7. In the left figure, we can see a 3 rainbow coloring of amal F6U2. Meanwhile, in the right figure, it is a 3 rainbow coloring of amal FHU2. Few years ago, Hawanis and I introduced a strong K-rainbow coloring of a graph. Recall that an S coloring C of G is called a strong K-rainbow coloring if for every set S in G, then there exists a rainbow standard S3. In case H color are used, then C is called a strong K-rainbow H coloring of G. The minimum H such that G has a strong K-rainbow H coloring is called the strong K-rainbow index of G, denoted by SRXKG. The concept of strong K-rainbow index is useful when we want to design a secure communication network such that every K people can access the information and communicate with each other as quickly as possible. Let's consider again a friendship graph on 9 participants. In the left figure, we can see a strong 3 rainbow 5 coloring of the graph. It is easy to check that for every 3 participants there is a standard S3, and we can prove that it is impossible to define a strong 3 rainbow coloring by using only 4 colors. So it means that the strong 3 rainbow index of the graph is 5. Well, the strong 3 rainbow index of the graph is larger than its 3 rainbow index. Now we have a good inequality about one of the strong K-rainbow index of the graph. For every non-trivial connective graph G, we have K standard diameter of G is less than or equal to the K-rainbow index of G. Since a strong K-rainbow coloring of G is also a K-rainbow coloring of G, we have the second inequality. Of course, if we color every H with different color, the coloring is a strong K-rainbow coloring of G. So we get the last inequality. Namely, the strong K-rainbow index of G is not more than the size of G. Besides that, we have the fact that the strong K-rainbow index of G is less than or equal to the strong K+1 rainbow index of G. In case K equal 3, the characterization of graph whose their strong 3 rainbow index is as follows. Let G be a connected graph of order n at least 3, then SRX3G equal to if and only if G is a graph of order 3 or G is a 2-connected graph of order 4 or G is K5. So there are only 7 non-isomorphic graphs that their strong 3 rainbow index is 2. It means that the strong 3 rainbow index is at least 3 for other graphs. In the next theorem, in theorem 6, we consider about trees. Let Tn be a tree of order n at least 3, then SRX3 Tn is equal the size of Tn, namely n-1. Alanis and I also determine the strong free rainbow index of certain classes of graph, namely ladder graphs, triangular ladder graphs, complete bipartite graph, wheels, band, and cycles. Let's see theorem 7. For n at least 3, let Ln be a ladder graph of order 2n, and Tln be a triangular ladder graph of order 2n. Then we have this equation. Srx3 of Ln is equal Srx3 of Tln. It is n. For instance, look at this example. This is a strong 3 rainbow 5 coloring of L5, and this is the strong 3 rainbow 5 coloring of TL5. Next, we give some classes of graphs that their strong 3 rainbow index are between their 3 standard diameter and their size. Theorem H, for n at least 3, let K and n be a regular complete bipartite graph of order 2n. Then the strong 3 rainbow of K and n is n. For instance, this is a strong 3 rainbow 4 coloring of K4. Next theorem, for n at least 3, let Wn be a wheel of order n plus 1. Then Srx3 of Wn is 3, for n is 4, and selling off a half of n for others y's. You can see an example from this figure. It is the strong 3 rainbow coloring of W3 or W4 for W6 and for W7. Theorem 10. For n at least 3, let Fn be Fn of order n plus 1. Then we have this equation. And it is the strong 3 rainbow coloring of F3, F4, F5, and F6. In theorem 11, we consider about cycle. We have this result. Namely, Srx3 of Cn is 2 for n equal 3, and minus 2 for n 4, 5, 6 for h, and n for otherwise. We conclude the result that we have obtained about the strong 3 rainbow index of graph in this table. We use red color for values equal to upper bound of Srx3, namely the size of graph. Meanwhile, blue color for the values equal to lower bound of Srx3, namely 3 standard diameter of graph. And the black color for the values between the upper and the lower bound. Now, we consider the strong 3 rainbow index of H amalgamation of some graph. What is H amalgamation? For T at least 2, let G1, G2, Gt be a collection of finite, simple, and connected graph, and each Gi has a fixed H in all I called a terminal H. Assume that its terminal H has an orientation. The amalgamation of G1, G2 up to Gt, denoted by H amal Gi in all I, is a graph obtained by taking all the Gi's and identifying the terminal edges with the same orientation. If for each I in the set from 1 to T, Gi is more big to G and E null I equal E, then H amal Gi E null E is denoted by H amal G E T. You can see this is an example. In the left figure, it is F4, depend on 5 vertices. Meanwhile, in the right figure, it is an H amal F4 E3. And we use the terminal H like this. Well, then Awanis, Saputro, Baca, Fenosikopa, and I often say sub upper bond for the strong free rainbow index of H amal GET and determine the exact value for some graphs. The sub upper bond is written in theorem 12. Meanwhile, the subness of the upper bond is written in theorem 13. It can be proven that the strong free rainbow index of S amal 3 ET attend the upper bond. We also determine the strong free rainbow index of S amal GET for some graph G. We can see the strong free rainbow index of S amal fan ET in this theorem. The value is like this. Then in theorem 15, we can see the strong free rainbow index of H amal cycle ET. The value is like this. Meanwhile, in theorem 16, we consider the strong free rainbow index of H amal ladder ET. In theorem 17, we can see the strong rainbow index of H amal complete bipartite graph. We conclude the result that we have obtained about the strong free rainbow index of H amal graph in this table. We use red color for values equal to upper bound of the strong free rainbow index as stated in theorem 12. Blue color for value equal to lower bound of SRX3, namely 3 standard diameter of graph. Now we consider the strong free rainbow index of product of 3 and equinated graph. What is product of 2 graph? Let G be a graph and S be a square of the kernelity of vertex set of G rooted graph. H1, H2, H order of graph. Where is I which where is I as a root vertex of I? The rooted product of G by H denoted by GH is a graph obtained by identifying the root vertex of I of HI with the I vertex of G for all I from 1 to the order of G. If HI is homomorphic to H and OI equal O for its I, then this notion is called by product of G and S, denoted by this notation. It is example. We can see that the rooted product determine the graph that we obtain. Yeah, because there are 2 non-isomorphic graph that we have products because it depends on zeroth. It depends for the vertex, zeroth vertex that we choose. Onis, Sabotro, and I got some result about the strong three-rainbow index of the comp product of a tree and a connected graph. In theorem 18, we can see the strong three-rainbow index of comp product of A3 and A3. The value is equal to the size of the graph. A natural thought arises, which connected graph H of order M except A3 that has the strong 3M index equal to its size. In theorem 19, we have the answer. As Rx3 Tn comp product of a tree and a connected graph is equal to the size of the graph if and only if H is A3. In theorem 20, we got another upper bound. The subtest upper bound is at 10 by ladder as shown in theorem 21 and theorem 22 by triangular ladder and some will as shown in theorem 23. Meanwhile, in theorem 24, we consider the comp product of a tree and a wheel, where the root vector is not the center vertex of wheel. The strong rainbow index is between upper bound and lower bound as stated in theorem 20. In this theorem, we consider the comp product of a tree and a cycle. The strong three rainbow index of the graph is also between upper bound and lower bound as stated in theorem 20. We conclude the result that we have obtained about the strong three rainbow index of comp product of a tree and a connected graph in this table. We use red color for value as equal to upper bound of the strong three rainbow index as stated in theorem 20. Now, we consider the strong three rainbow index of H comp product of a path and a connected graph. What is H comp product of two graphs? An orientation of an undirected graph G is an assignment of exactly one direction to its edge of G. Let G and H be two connected graphs, where O is an orientation of G. Let E be a rented edge of H. The H comp product of G under the orientation O and H on E, denoted by this notation, is a graph obtained by taking one copy of G and the size of G copies of H and identifying the E copy of H at the edge E to the E edge of G, where the two edges have the same orientation. This is examples. Yeah. First, we got an upper bound as written in theorem 26. Well, the subtest of the upper bound is proven in theorem 27 up to 30. This is also the proof for the better upper bound, yes, for the ladder graph. And in theorem 29, yeah, it is considered for complete bivertex graph. Meanwhile, in theorem 30, it is considered about some fan graphs. And then in theorem 31, it is about the cycle. We have this equation. We conclude the results that we have obtained about the strong three rainbow index of S-com product of a PET and a connected graph in this table. We use red color for values equal to upper bound of the strong three rainbow index listed in theorem 26. Now, let me present some open problem. First, what are sufficient conditions and necessary conditions of graph G such that Rx3G equal S Rx3G? Then, the second, characterize connected graph G of order n at least 3 whose strong 3 rainbow index equal n-1 or n or the size of G. And the last one is investigate the strong 3 rainbow index of graph formed by other graph operation. These are the references of my talk. And thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Salman, for such a comprehensive review and also outstanding explanation on the amalgamation of graph. And we do believe that the open problems can have some more opportunities for further research and also studies, which is going to be great if we conduct further reviews. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we still have quite plenty of time to perform, to carry out with the Q&A sessions. So again, we would like to invite questions and also comment from the audience. Again, you can also write your comments in the chat box or just speak directly through your microphone. Yes, we're still waiting.
Prof. Salman.
Yes, Prof. David.
Just a minute. This very interesting topic, and exactly also I will talk about the rainbow connection or rainbow coloring. After that, I just have a question. Is there any type of the K rainbow index? For example, in Vertex, K rainbow index, also H K rainbow index, and also strong K rainbow index. Have you studied about this type of thing?
Yes, I think it is possible to generalize for that case. Now we are working for some of them, Prof. David. We hope that we can work together to get a new result about it. I think it's nice.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Very nice.
Yeah. There are many problems that can be solved because the structure of the graph and also the kind of the coloring have different characteristics. So maybe we can work together to improve the results. Yes.
Yes. So when you say 3 rainbow index, 3 here does not show the 3 connected in the rainbow connection. It is different here because we have also 3 connected rainbow, for example, but you have 3 rainbow index.
Yes.
Are they the same or different thing?
It is different. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah. I look, you have some paper about rainbow coloring. Is that right?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Maybe we can extend also my study to the K rainbow index for the special combination of the notion, for example, with anti-magic labeling or something like that.
Yeah.
Very nice. Thank you.
Maybe.
Thank you.
Yes. Good idea. Yes.
Okay. Enough from me.
Thank you.
Okay, audience, we're still waiting for your questions and comments. Or if we have not yet questions from the audience, may I have at least one question to Professor Salman with regard to the graph theory? I know I'm not a student in graph theory or mathematics, but I found the idea of using graph theory to solve security problem in communication interesting. So according to your study or according to your review, has it been actually applied in our country? I mean, like using graph theory to address security problem in communication. Is it popular nowadays?
Yeah. As I said before, it is it can be used to model network. Yes, how to design a network safely. We can use password, but the problem is please use as small as possible password. So we can use the coloring to model it.
Okay.
And yeah.
So,
and also, sorry.
Yes.
Please continue.
Okay, so we do believe that the idea is simplicity, but also ensuring security. Is that correct?
Yes.
Using graph theory, okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you have no questions and also comment from the audience, I think we can end up the second plenary session, which is guided by Professor Salman. Now, could you please join me to give a warm and wonderful ovation to our charming Professor Salman. Thank you so much for sharing your ideas and thoughts on the graph theory, Professor. It's been a real pleasure to have you here, and we do hope to have you in our next future international conference next year, which is going to be a great idea.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much.
Yes, it's our pleasure, by the way. Thank you. Okay, so dear ladies and gentlemen, that was very fruitful and also enlightening sessions by Professor Salman. And we still have one last, but of course not the least, plenary session, and this one is going to be delivered by Professor Dafiq MSc PhD, and of course he has been well recognized in the realm of mathematics and also graph theory because he has been, well known for numerous publications in international journals. Okay, please wait before we move on to the third plenary sessions. Let us greet Professor Dafiq. Professor Dafiq, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Dafiq.
Okay, thank you.
Your name and me are almost similar.
Yes, that's commonly mistaken by people at the faculty, I guess. Right. So How are you today, Professor?
Yes, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah.
Good. Okay. And we're also happy to have heard the news with regard to your son's graduation from the university and also the master's degree in Australia. Such a wonderful news. Congratulations. Such a huge achievement. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, please allow me to read the curriculum vitae of our third plenary speaker. And it's going to be Professor Dr. Taufik, MSc, PhD. Professor Taufik has achieved several prestigious awards throughout his career. He has achieved the bachelor degree in mathematics education at the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Jember University in 1992. And then he extended the study to the master study on the mathematical computations in UK in 1998. And then after that, he furthered the doctoral degree on Combinatorics, graph theory, UOB, in Victoria, Australia in 2007. Well, in his career, Professor Taufik has served as the head of computer lab at the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education from 1999 to 2004. And then he also served as the head of the Department of Mathematics Education from 2010 to 2015. And then he also once served as the secretary at the Center of Instruction Development and also Quality Assurance of Jember University from 2015 to 2016. But also, he has served as the Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education at Jember University from 2016 to 2020. And at the moment, Professor Taufik is also serving as the chair of a research group known as CGANT, or Combinatorics, graph theory, and also Network Topology research group at University of Jember. And of course, with numerous reputable publications, he has been ranked at the second of Jember University, and once it was the first, which is really wonderful. And to date, he has over 235 documents indexed by Scopus to his name. And that leads to over 743 citations over his studies. Well, okay, I guess that's a brief introduction, but also truly outstanding introduction to our third plenary speaker. Well, Professor Taufik, we have 60 minutes to cover your presentation. And again, it's going to be followed up with QA sessions. Can we start right now, Professor?
Thank you very much.
Okay. The time is yours, Professor.
Moderator, before I start, I would like to say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. For the second chance, I also appreciate for the distinguished invited speaker who already presented their slide, Professor Salman and Associate Professor Venkata Jalan. My talk quite similar with Professor Salman. It is coincidentally, hopefully we can have a joint research in the future. Entitled The Rainbow Anti-Magic Rainbow Anti-Magic Graph. It is a new study, and maybe there is a potential application on crypto system. Yeah, I believe this is wrong. Potential application in the crypto system. Let us start my slide. There are 4 sections in my outline of talk: motivation, anti-magic labeling, rainbow coloring, and rainbow anti-magic. So we have two combination of notion. Firstly, anti-magic labeling. Secondly, rainbow coloring. Prof. Salman already mentioned about K rainbow coloring. So it is very nice, and maybe I believe that it will be very nice joint research for the future. And also I should thank to Professor Nenga, who has joined this conference from yesterday, and hopefully you have students join with us, and we will take opportunity as well for having a joint research under MBKM research program, which will be run already by the Ministry of Education.
Thank you.
So maybe I should go with a little bit detail or technical presentation. As I aware, the participant, not all of them from graph theory research group. So I believe it will help you to have an understanding what is the labeling, what is the coloring, especially for the rainbow color. So in this title, I already mentioned about a crypto system. Yeah, what is a crypto system? Crypto system is a system which convert a plain text into ciphertext or ciphertext into plain text by the application of encryption or decryption algorithm. The strength of crypto system relies on the management of encryption key. The keys should be managed such that it is hard for any intruder to analyze the key. And the main issue is how to develop a secure modern crypto system such that the key between plain text and ciphertext is hidden. I have been working on this application of labeling of graph since 3 years ago, and already have some publication. Also, we published the paper on the Indonesian Journal of Combinatorics, as well as in Journal of Discrete Mathematics and Crypto System. So I have mentioned about encryption key and decryption key. What is encryption key? Encryption key is the process of transforming information so it is unintelligible to anyone, but it is then intelligible for intended recipient. And decryption is the otherwise process, reverse process, which is the process of transforming encrypted information so that it is intelligible again by the recipient. So this picture shows us about the process. We have plain text. By using a key system, we have a ciphertext, and then again, the ciphertext should be readable or intelligible by the recipient. We should decrypt the ciphertext by using the key system. And then finally, we get the plain text again. So more detail about the illustration about how encryption, decryption process working. We have plain text, and this is secure, and what unauthorized people cannot read it. And we say encryption process here at this stage, and then we got ciphertext. But ciphertext is not readable for recipient unless we decrypt. So the process of decryption, we have again the key here, and then finally we get plain text. So hopefully in the future, because this is a new study, a new notion, we can apply the rainbow anti-magic coloring of key or the labeling or the coloring of the rainbow anti-magic can be applied in the encryption or decryption process. For the anti-magic labeling and its application to crypto system, especially for the cipher stream, we already published in Indonesian Journal of Combinatorics. The author Prihandono and me, and as well as Ika Agustin. Now, let me show you how it is simply the illustration of the application in a crypto system or coding theory in general. For example, someone sends a message through his mobile phone, for example here, and then the message is, Madam, I am Adam. How are this message sent? How the device is stored? How does the device store the message? Then firstly, by using binary tree, normally we start with tabulate the characters of the message. The character of the message are M, A, D. We also consider the comma here as well as the space. Yeah, space and I, and also apostrophe and full stop. So we have a full stop here. Yeah. So if you have a mobile phone, of course you send WhatsApp frequently. And then how do you imagine to send the sentence, the message to the recipient, to your friend, for example? Do you imagine that the mobile phone sends the plain text, the message that we can read it, and also flying in the air, for example? No, it's not like that. So the computer or the mobile phone using an encryption or decryption or encoding or decoding process to send this message. And finally, by using a binary tree, so this is a very simple coding, encoding, and decoding, we can encrypt the plain text to find a code word. So what is binary tree? Binary tree is a tree which has two branches, yeah, and the downward. So look at this view here. So we have the upper layer, the first layer, the second layer, the third layer. And then every vertex on this tree has two branches of edges. And then by using binary code, binary number, we say 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, something like that. Or we can have 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. So up to you. Yeah, but should start with the binary code, binary number, which will be 0 up to 1. So by after having the character from the sentence, and then we just put the character in the downs here in the bottom layer, M, A, D, I, comma, space, apostrophe, full stop. Then you have a code word. You have a prefix code for M, 0, 0, 0. So you have 0, 0, 0. A is 0, 0, 1. D is 0, 1, 0, comma, and so on. And finally, for the whole sentence, Madam, I'm Adam, the code words of this word is this one. So this one actually the machine understands. So the machine store this code word, and this code word sent to the transmitter, and transmitter sent to the mobile phone of the recipient has. And finally, after reaching in the mobile phone, they decode again such that the recipient can understand that is a plain ticket. But when we consider this one here, so the code word consists of 48 code words. It means in a machine or in the computer, we say 48 bit. 1 byte is 8 bit. So those we need a storage space for this typing. Only this message, Madam I'm Ada, it needs 6 byte storage. This is a computer's working on the encoding or decoding, encrypting or decrypting process on the message. All the sentence you type in the computer machine or in the mobile phone, all things mobile phone consider plain text encrypting or encoding first into code words, and then they store in the memory stick. So people now working how to develop more efficient code word storage. Now they have already published paper. Then this is very old publication. There is a Hofmann algorithm. Hofmann algorithm is a part of binary tree algorithm, but more efficient due to the process in Hofmann algorithm. They don't directly tabulate the character of the message. Yeah, first, also they consider the frequency or the weight of the character appear. For example, here, Madam I'm Ada, we have a character M, and then you should ask how often M appear in the sentence, and then we consider the frequency or we consider the weight. In here, Madam I'm Adam, we have M, the frequency, the weight is 4, A is 4, D is 2, I is 1, comma is 1, space 2, and others. Yeah. So the previously we didn't consider about the weight. We didn't consider about the frequency. By having this the frequency, and then we start to develop a binary tree. Yeah. According to this frequency, we have 4, 4, 2, 2, 1, 1. So in degree sequence, yeah, we put the degree sequence 4, 4, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1. So starting from the smallest one, we combine together in such a way they perform or they form a binary tree. So for example, here 1 in 1, and we have the root is 2 here, and the branch, there are 2 branches, and then we put 1, 1. So here as well 2, and we have 2 branches, we put 1, 1. And finally, we have 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1 together, and we got set 2. Yeah, in set 2, we do not have any more 1, 1. So we have 4, 4, 2, 2, 2, 2. From here again, starting from the very smallest one of the element of the set, and again we combine together. 2 plus 2, of course 4. 4 is the root of these 3. So we have 4, 2, 2, 4, 2, 2. And finally, if we combine together of 4 2's here, and then finally we get set 3. And in the set 3, they don't have again 2, only having 4 as an element. Again, 4 we combine together, we have 8, 8, and then finally we got 16. So these all those kind of the binary trees. If we combine all the binary trees, and then we have the trees all together with the root of the element of set after having a combination of that set. Yeah, 16, 8, 8, of course, for 8, of course, from 4 plus 4, 8, 4 plus. And finally, we just omit the label, the 16, 8, the numbers there. And then we have this one. And again, we label, we assign the label 01, 01, 01. And how to put the word, yeah, the character of the Madam, I'm Adam, we should consider the length of this tree. If the frequency, the weight of the character R is very big, and then we just put in the shortest length of the the 3. Yeah. So remember, for M has frequency 4, A also have a frequency of 4, and then we should put in here because this is the shortest length. This length is only just 2. Yeah, this length only 2. This one is 3, and this one is 4. Of course, 4 is the longest one. So after having this one, the prefix code can be different. For M, 1, 0. At the beginning, by using binary tree, all the prefix codes length as 4. And here, the prefix code length are different. There are 2 length, there are length of 3, and also they have length of 4. So by using this prefix code, and finally, we encode again the Madam, I'm Adam as a message in a blank text. And then finally, we have this one. Now, remember here, and have a look here. If we count the code words, then we have only 44 bit. In the previous day, we have 48 bit. Yeah. So we can say 4 bit. Yeah. Code words. So imagine if we have a number of pages of word. For example, if you're writing a document of thesis, document of dissertation, I believe you have more than 200, more have for example, and then they will be stored in efficient way. Then you have no choice to choose the Hoffman algorithm. So this is the process of encoding and decoding process, encrypting of encryption or decryption process in the computer machine. Now, we try to have how the anti-magic coloring, anti-magic labeling apply on this case. Yeah. Okay, we have anti-magic labeling. So this is this study already old-fashioned study actually, but now we already done all the cases also of the open problem. We already published in the journal. But now we try to combine this concept, and we also consider the rainbow concept. We combine together, and finally we got rainbow anti-magic coloring. But firstly, we will start with this type of research. Yeah. What do we mean by anti-magic labeling? Bijection function from F. This consider a vertex, yeah, assignment, vertex labeling, 1, 2, 3 until the number of vertices. It is order. It's called an anti-magic labeling. If the weight of every edge, we say edge here UV defined by weight of UV equal FU. It is a label of U plus FV, it is a label FV are different. Yeah. So you assign a label of vertices, and every 2 edges, 2 adjacent vertices, you add up, yeah, and then you got the summation of every 2 adjacent vertices, and the weight of all edges are different. That's the edge anti-magic labeling. Yeah, there are a lot of anti-magic labeling type. You can have a look in Dynamic Survey of Labeling, written by Joseph Gallia. Yeah, it is easily downloaded from internet. Just go to Google and just find dynamic survey of labeling. Joseph Galliat, J. Galliat. So if we have another type of labeling, namely ADH anti-magic labeling, then we have a different, we have a different definition. So in the second type, a bijection function of F 1, 2, 3 VG is called an ADH anti-magic labeling if the weight of every H UV defined by weight UV equal FU plus FV form an arithmetic sequence. So in the first definition, it's the necessary condition only all the weights are different. But in the second condition, in the second type of anti-magic labeling, they should form an arithmetic sequence. The weights, the weights should form an arithmetic sequence. And the natural extension normally, having by a scientist, graph scientist, if you already put the label on the vertices and also at edges, and then we consider the total. The total means you assign label either in vertices or also in the edges. So we have a total. Mean the total is all the adjacent vertices should be added up, as well as consider the addition or the summation of the edges, which is antecedent to the two vertices, and also form an arithmetic sequence. So have a look here for the illustration. That's why I said to you, maybe it is very technical. You should suggest you understand about this one. If we have a cycle here, so you have cycle, cycle here. Of course, you can consider number of vertices is 5, and this cycle is order 5. So the label candidate is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because the vertices is 5. Understand. And then finally, what is this? If we say, please assign the label such that the weight for every two vertices which are adjacent are different. And then I say here, okay, I have this one. And then I try to have this one. Okay. Finally, we do not, we have a difference weight here. So the first weight is 3, 4, 8, 6, 9. Of course, it is different. And then we consider this one is anti-magic labeling. So if you have a graph, you assign label by the numbers of vertices from 1 to the number of vertices, such that all the weights are different. It is anti-magic labeling. But if you consider another type of labeling, which is not only different all the weights, but the weights should form an arithmetic sequence, then we end up with the AD anti-magic labeling. So here 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then we have AD anti-magic labeling. A is the initial number of the weights. So of course we have 4 here. D is the difference. If you start 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, then we have D is equal 1. So this is the anti-magic labeling. So finally, if we extend the number, get the number of order, the number of vertices is bigger, then finally we just use a pattern recognition of the previous labeling. The pattern recognition, I believe you can see here, from one jump, one vertex, and jump one vertex, jump one vertex again. And then finally, this is the technique that we can do. So people working on graphs normally using a pattern recognition technique, but it doesn't mean it is inductive it's because this is just the way how to find out. Yeah, either rainbow connection coloring or proper coloring. All of them are using pattern recognition. Yeah, after having the permutation of the label of the color, then we do further with the formal proof by using inductive or deductive proof, or qualitative or the contradictive proofs. So if you have a fine graph, for example, something like this, and then you finally have this one, yeah. Okay, this one, all this one are different, yeah. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Also, this is considered to be AD anti-magic labeling, yeah. Okay. So there are a lot of type of labeling, anti-magic labeling study, yeah. We have age anti-magic vertex labeling. There are a lot of result already. Also, vertex anti-magic age labeling. Also, age anti-magic total labeling. Also, vertex anti-magic total labeling. Super age anti-magic total labeling. Super vertex anti-magic total labeling. It is very nice for a new researcher, especially for the student from undergraduate study to try about this one, yeah, but should be different with the previous result, yeah. Yeah, dynamic survey of graph labeling. Joseph Gallian is the author, is the main resource, yeah, to know about the result of this kind of thing, yeah. And then the natural extension, we try to have also result in 2017 with Martin Baca. Martin Baca and Professor Mirka Miller is the inventor of this kind of type labeling, yeah, very productively. A long time ago, they published a lot of extension of the type of the anti-magic labeling. For example, here, instead of having only 2, yeah, vertices, we also consider about the 3 elements. In this case, 2 elements. 2 element means only vertex and another vertex which is adjacent, and we have a summation as a weight. But here we consider not only 2 vertices or 2 elements, also we consider about age. So we have one vertex, 1 edge, and 1 vertex again. So 2 vertices altogether and 1 vertex. But after that, also we study about covering. I believe Prof. Salman also now about this one, and also having a lot of result of this one. This is covering at least 3 element, 3 vertices include. And if we would also consider the edges, and then we have 6 elements are included in this kind of type labeling. So this is what we call ADH anti-magic total labeling. So there are a lot of number of publication. We already published in Discrete Mathematics, yeah, with Martin Baca. It is very good journal, key one, yeah, Discrete Mathematics on 2017, I believe, yeah, about the disjoint union of graph in term of the anti-magic labeling. So finally, Martin Baca and Mirka Miller having a book of a survey, yeah, survey books of anti-magic graph labeling. So finally, we already stopped, yeah, to study again about this one. And then now we try to find out the application of the anti-magic graph labeling. So, and we have tried to implement this anti-magic labeling graph into a crypto system. Yeah, into a crypto system by using encryption and decryption model. Yeah, there are a lot of encryption decryption model. For example, Figueroa and also Cipher, and also a lot of polyalphabetics encryption and crypto system, for example. And we already have a publication. This is a very new paper I published in the Journal of Discrete Mathematics and Cryptography, on local super anti-imaging total phase coloring and the application in developing cyber blockchaining key. Yeah, you can have a look there. It is open access journal. So how do this application work on this anti-magic labeling? So for example, here we have an anti-magic labeling, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Also, we have age assignment here. So this one we call a total anti-magic labeling, because we assign label on the vertices as well as we assign label on the edges. And by using this kind of information about the labels, then we consider, for example, using the Affine chipper for encrypts and to decrypt the plaintext into ciphertext and ciphertext into plaintext. So how does it works? For example, here we have FKIP UNED. This is the university that I work right now. I want to encrypt this plaintext by using the information from graph anti-magic total labeling in this case. And then we just say F from here, K, I, P, U, N, A, G, A, B, C, D, A, F, A, B, C, D. This is the alphabetic English word until Z. We consider for A, we put 0, 1, 2, 3. This is modulo 26, of course. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 until 25. So F as xi plus ki. This is the Affine cipher models. Xi is 5 because we have F. F is 5. Understand? K is 10. I is 8 according to this polyalphabetic cipher. And then P is 15, U is 20. What is Ki? Ki can be taken from the graph labels here. So this is Ki. So Ki is 1 because we have 1 here and 2 here. 9, and again 9. And also 12, 14, 15. These all numbers taken from the graph labels. Understand? And then we have the process of the Affine chipper, 6. 5 plus 1 is 6. And what is 6? After the addition of xi and ki, and then again we consider 6. Finally, we have G. So from F in the plaintext, we have a G in the ciphertext. And keep going. And finally, we get the word as a plaintext, FKIP UNED, and we have the word as a ciphertext, GMRBICH. Imagine if you have an online transaction, you input the data, of course. What is your data? At least your name, email, and everything. Also in the banks, online banking, for example, online mobile, for example, you always put the data. And then sometimes it is written in that platform, it is say that it is fully encrypted, fully encryption applied. So it means the plaintext that you input in the data, then stored in the computer in the ciphertext, not in the plaintext. Otherwise, people can refill your data if it is not stored in the ciphertext. And then how the mobile phone or the people again read that ciphertext, and then the ciphertext should be converted again to plaintext by using inverse of the affine cipher applying this one. So this one, the process of encryption decryption. Now we try to have this one by trying to have what another method of the cipher algorithm, a crypto system algorithm. And the latest one, I try to have a blockchaining algorithm and as the implementation of the graph labeling. Okay, forget about this one first. Maybe we can have a look later. But in the notion of the graph theory study, we try to combine, with this something that's already presented by Professor Salman, namely the rainbow connection number. So, but for magic, anti-magic, you can have a look. Martin Bacha already have this one, so that's why I said to you that's already finished. So the application is very nice to search, because sometimes we just talk about the concept, the notion of pure mathematics, lemma, theorem, and everything. People will ask about the application. Also Martin Bacha and Mirka Miller again write books, and also my team and CGANT also having a book about super anti-magic total labeling of graph. This actually inspired from this book, and also I tried to develop a book which is different, the result with this book. Okay, now what is rainbow coloring now? I believe Prof. Salman already mentioned about this one. And finally, we try to combine rainbow coloring with anti-magic labeling. And we have a new notion that we can say rainbow anti-magic coloring. So rainbow coloring, of course, is an edge coloring of C. Firstly, the rainbow coloring is a process of assigning label on edges. So that's why the initial, the original one. So we have edge as an element and the number of colors from 1 to 3 until K, where the adjacent edges might be colored the same. It is not a proper color. In proper coloring, you should have a different color. But in the edge coloring, rainbow coloring, you can have the same color. Our part is called the rainbow path if no two edges are colored the same. So the only condition that posed by the rainbow coloring is considering the rainbow path. Then rainbow path. So mean if you start from any vertex and goes to other vertex, and the rainbow color should be different. So this is the part of rainbow path. An edge color graph is said to be a rainbow connected if every two distinct vertices are connected by rainbow path. So in this case, not necessary all the part from a certain vertex to other vertex must be having rainbow path. So the requirement only one rainbow path is enough. That is the necessary condition. The necessary condition. And then the number the smallest key, which is giving a rainbow coloring of graph, then we consider rainbow connection number. But don't write in here. And an edge coloring of key which admit a rainbow connected is called a rainbow coloring. So this is the concept of rainbow coloring. But for the very clear illustration and the application of the rainbow coloring, normally, in the network topology, for example, here bus topology, one computer should have a different password, for example, otherwise it is easy to introduce by unauthorized people, for example. Yeah. So by what straightforward observation, of course, for part, they have all the parts, all the ages assignment are different. Otherwise, you couldn't have any choice from starting from this vertex, to other vertex to have a different rainbow color. So in this case, the rainbow connection number is n-1. N is the order of trees, or n is order of part, of course, in here. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, of course, all different. This one, this one, this one. Yeah. But what happens if you have a complete bipartite graph? Yeah, for example, we have this one. From this one to this one, from this one to this one, we have 2. Yeah. Okay. Here we have 2. And then we have 1. Yeah, for example, yeah. Okay, this one. And this one 2 again. So all the others apart from these edges are assigned by 1. Yeah. Let me try whether it is good or not for our proving that there exists one rainbow path from any vertex to other vertex. For example, you want to go from here to here, for example. Okay. And then you can go easily here. This is the color, is 2 to there. And this is the color, is 1. 2, 1 is different. For example, from this one to this one, for example. Okay, let me try from 1. Okay, this one. This one, 1. Yeah. And this is 2. Yeah. So 1, 2. So all not all vertex path, you can guarantee that any rainbow path, yeah, from a certain vertex to other vertex, yeah, but not necessary to be all different, yeah, okay, only one. So this is just a rainbow coloring. If you have a strong rainbow coloring, it's different. If you have K rainbow color, K connected rainbow coloring is different. K connected, if you have 2 connected rainbow coloring, means you should have at least 2 connected path as a rainbow path. Yeah, that's a different way. Yeah, different definition. Okay, again, for this one, yeah, you have this one. And then you can have look from where to where, you can guarantee that you have a different, yeah, colors of rainbow path. Yeah, again, you have this one, yeah, it is also guaranteed from this one to this one, yeah, all different. Yeah, for example, from, yeah, this word, yeah, okay, okay, yeah, this one. First here, if you want to go here to here, exactly, you can have just one color. Yeah, but if you want to go to this one, of course, yeah. What about this one to this one? Yeah, you go to there and you go to there. Then you have 2 and 1. Exactly, the rainbow part exists. Yeah. So the rainbow connection number for this type of graph, it is a fan of order 5, is equal to 2. Yeah, because the smallest number as a label, as the color, appear in this color are 2. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, everything now. So the rainbow connection number for 3, straightforwardly, we can say n-1. Otherwise, you have no choice because 3 is a graph with no cycle. So the only part exists there. And the rainbow connection of Cn is ceiling of n over 2, and for the Peterson graph, the rainbow correction of Peterson graph is. But this is not a research study that we want to talk about, but we want to combine the rainbow connection number, rainbow connection, and the anti-magic labeling, such that we have a new study, namely rainbow anti-magic labeling. But you can have a look the potential research, which has not finished yet. There is a survey of rainbow connection number, of course. This one. Okay. So you can have a look in the survey written by Xiang Li. And Professor Salman already mentioned about the rainbow index, K rainbow index. K rainbow index is a little bit different again, but this is a basic definition of course from a rainbow. So Su Liang Li, Yung Tang Si, and Yong Fung, the 2019, just now, 2 years ago, written about the entitled Rainbow Connection Graph survey. So you can have a look what is already done, what is yet not studied, and then we can have a potential research if it is not done in that survey. Or you can have a look in the Science Direct about the rainbow publication. So this is the book. If you want to have a look at the rainbow, you can have in the internet as well, in book Amazon, and then you can have a look, and then you can purchase the book. Kerry Chartan and Ping Zhan. Ping Zhan is a very productive combinatorics authors. And this is the survey. Su Liang Li, Yu Fang San. And again, also, I have studied about rainbow connection number, especially and rainbow strong connection, for 4 years ago, together with my student, already published in some journal. So also we have a book of the rainbow connection of graph, but not the rainbow anti-magic connection of graph. Now, Mr. David, I want to go with the new study of our study about the combination of rainbow anti-magic, and of course here we have a lot of potential research because we just initiate this study. Of course we can ask for a joint researcher, especially for the young researcher. That's we call, say here, rainbow anti-magic coloring. Rainbow anti-magic coloring of graph, of course the combination about rainbow as well as anti-magic labeling. So what is the definition? Of course, the simple definition, we take the definition of H anti-magic labeling. And again, take the definition of H rainbow connection and combine the two notions. What? Any H anti-magic labeling induce a rainbow coloring of G. H is assigned the color with the weight of anti-magic labeling. So this is the nice one. We today we have 5 students in the 6 students in the undergraduate student as well as the postgraduate student working on this one. Hopefully, Professor Nengah student also join with us about this thing in the future, because there are a lot of things that we can do, because a lot of type of the rainbow anti-magic connection, we can consider the label, the anti-magic labeling, we can consider also the rainbow type. So I will show you later about this one. So how is the concept working? For example, here, if we consider here, I just give here the previous one, it is anti-magic. It is not rainbow anti-magic, because we just consider all those things are different. But if we want to have rainbow anti-magic labeling, look at here, we can have a same weight here. Not necessarily all these things, but the rainbow connection or the rainbow coloring condition is satisfied. For example, we have guarantee, we can guarantee that there exists a rainbow path. So look at it here, even it is the same, yeah, you can guarantee. So for example, if you want to go from here, this one, to this one, for example, yes, we have 4, 7. Yeah. If you want to go here to here, of course, we have 6, 7. So any, yeah, vertex to other vertices guarantee having a rainbow part. But the rainbow color are derived from the weights of anti-magic labels. So this is the combination. So we start label the vertex first by using labels of 1 to the number of vertices, and also consider the weight of every 2 adjacent vertices, and then we have this weight. And then after that, you can consider, are the weights fulfilling the rainbow coloring? So this is the principle. Yeah, this is the principle. So this is a rainbow anti-magic labeling. So can you hear again? Yeah, this is the anti-magic labeling. And then finally, you have a summation of that. Look at here, there are a lot of edge weight having the same edge weight. For example, 7, here is 7, 8 is also the same, 9, 8 is also the same. In anti-magic labeling, of course, we couldn't have this kind of labels, this kind of edge weight. But it is fulfilling the rainbow coloring properties. Because what? From any vertex to every vertex, you can have a different color. So it may guarantee there is a rainbow part. For example, from here to here, of course, 4, 5. Anyway, from here to here, you have 8 and 7 and 8. Yeah. So this is the rainbow anti-magic labeling. Yeah. So from this kind of thing, it start with the initial paper I have written with N. Venkatachalam as well. We already submit to a journal, and then but until now we are waiting for the a final decision. Yeah. Okay. Potential work. This one. Strong rainbow anti-magic coloring. Vertex rainbow anti-magic coloring. Strong vertex rainbow anti-magic coloring, and rainbow anti-magic connection. And I'm happy Professor Salman already having a presentation. Maybe in the future we can have rainbow, yeah, anti-magic or index, for example. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't. But it will be possible. Yeah, because you, Professor Salman already mentioned about this one, and they assign label in the vertices or edges. So hopefully we can have rainbow anti-magic index. Yeah, or rainbow index anti-magic coloring. For example, yeah, again, I just mentioned, I want to mention, maybe in the future we have rainbow, yeah, rainbow index, yeah, anti-magic coloring. Who knows? So if yes, then it is widely open for all of you. Yeah, it will enough for 10 PhD students to talk about this one, because there are a lot of type of coloring, rainbow coloring. There are a lot of type of rainbow of anti-magic labeling. So the combination will be open problem for a long future. Maybe it will not finish for 3 until 10 years to study about this one, because it is considered to be NP-complete and NP-hard problem, I believe so. Yeah. So this is the initial research that I have done for rainbow anti-magic coloring. For the preposition, we have also the rainbow connection. Yeah, I don't want to go into detail about this one because it is an initial study, but we already already fixed the lower bound of the rainbow anti-magic labeling. It is maximum of RCG and delta G. Delta mean the maximum degree of G. Yeah, and then we have also for any connected graph G, that there be a bijection function from VG to set this one. Let UV be the 2 vertices of that. Then there exists rainbow part and G. So we already established about the lower bound. So we try to have some initial research starting from the special cases of graph, because this is a new study. Normally people and scientists try to have a very easiest one of the type of graph, for example, KN. This is a complete graph. It is very easy to characterize, and also whale and also fan. We already have this one. Yeah, we do not want to go into detail about the proof, and then we while waiting for the the paper published, and then you can have a look if they already published. So for example here 3, 5, 6, of course this is natural way, n-1, yeah, n-1 because of 3. For this one the cycle, the illustration, yeah, okay, this one for this one, yeah, cycle, the rainbow anti-magic coloring of cycle is 3 if n equal 4, otherwise ceiling of n over 2. But this one here we can see the for n modulo 0, 3, modulo 4, we couldn't have the exact value, only we have the lower bound and the upper bound. Yeah, and then we have also whale. Yeah, have a look this one. 5 whale have 5 and 1. Yeah, because the degree in whale is number of degree as the number of the vertices surrounding the central vertices. So that's why it is also natural to say and very easy to have. Yeah, but again you should consider, yeah, in rainbow connection only you have only assignment for edges, but in here the assignment not only in edges but vertex. The assignment of vertices starting from 1 taken from the anti-magic labeling, and the weight of the anti-magic labeling vertices can be assigned as a label of rainbow coloring, and we consider the rainbow part whether exists or not. If we just exists only one on this, the necessary condition fulfilled, then you can have this one. Yeah, so the way how to prove it, I believe the same. If it is started from if we only have if we already have the lower bound, it is easy to understand that we fix the lower bound and we label the rainbow by having anti-magic labeling as well, and consider the weight as the label, and this is the upper bound. If the upper bound and same with the lower bound, and then we can have the exact value. If not, we just only have the upper bound or the lower bound of those. So this is the way how to prove it. And then finally, maybe in the future, yeah, I believe this one is very complicated as well. Yeah, so people in this case understand how we can work and we start working on graph labeling, graph coloring. Normally we fix the lower bound, yeah, and then also we fix the upper bound as well. Yeah, upper upper bound, lower upper lower bound, if they together can be tightened, and then it will be fine. It will be easy to find out the connection number and continue to obtain the exact value of rainbow anti-magic connection number. of some special graph, for example, operation. Yeah, Professor Salman already has mentioned about HCOM operation in there. And also the nice thing, and either in coloring, labeling, or either in anti-magic labeling or irregularity labeling and so on, the nice one actually to obtain the construction technique. Yeah, if we can have the construction technique, then we have a base formula, and then we have a generator, and from this generator we can extend algebraically. Then finally we can have another one, for example, rainbow connection. So we have already mentioned that we have a lot of publication. Yeah, you can have a look at the dynamic survey of Gallian about anti-magic labeling. If we start from this one, of course we can see that when we have anti-magic labeling, it is a rainbow connection path guaranteed there. But the thing that we consider whether the rainbow connection number is smallest one or not. So if it is anti-magic, of course, yes, we have a rainbow path, but it doesn't satisfy the smallest number that we require in the rainbow connection number. So we need to permute that. So in such a way, we have the requirement fulfilled. So this one is from me, about this new notion, that's namely rainbow anti-magic labeling, which is a combination of rainbow coloring study as well as anti-magic labeling study. But after this one, maybe we can have a look about the application of those one. Yeah, so the application is also getting very good research study in the future. Thank you, Mr. David. I'll get back to you. So I have finished now. Maybe there is a special question and also discussion. You're more than welcome. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor David. This is really wonderful, and of course, again, enlightening presentations on the rainbow coloring. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, as we can see, there are so many applications with respect to rainbow coloring, and as what has been shown by Professor David, there are so many opportunities for further study because it is actually multidisciplinary in nature. So again, with this potential, I think it's going to be good inspirations and also resource for students on undergraduate study who want to delve into rainbow coloring and also graph theory. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome questions and of course comments or ideas from the audience. You can again write your comments in the chat box or just speak directly through the microphone. You can also share your ideas on the actual application of rainbow coloring. As you can see, there are so many opportunities. Yes, thank you to Professor Nenga. Right, so we have one question. This one is there any guarantee that by using label from anti-magic graphics, we have coloring connection number? Okay, I think
it's very nice question, Professor Nenga. Yes, it is that we have already mentioned in my almost end of my slide presentation here. Yeah, this is my new result. Yeah. Okay, now this one, we have already find some, okay, just a minute. Yeah, some graph, for example, here, yeah, here, yeah, we have Kn, rainbow anti-magic connection of Kn is 2n minus 3, as well as we have rainbow anti-magic connection of whale of order n is 5 if n equal 3, 4 is the order, and otherwise n if n greater or equal 5. We have also found rainbow connection anti-magic rainbow anti-magic connection. Yeah, we have 2n for fan. Yeah, friendship. Sorry. So just one here. If it is cycle for only 5 order of cycle, we have the rainbow connection number is 4. For example, here 4, yeah, 7, 6, 4, 6, 7, 3. Yeah, this is 3. Yeah. So this one include in this formula if a cycle of order more than 5, for example, or 6, 8, 12, 10, 12. This show the formula. Yeah, the rainbow anti-magic connection is selling of n over 2. So for example, if we have n is 12 and then 12 divided by 2, then the rainbow anti-magic connection number is 6. We already done with this one.
Okay,
But
sorry.
the other graph is still open. Yeah.
Sorry, Prof. Davik.
Yes, yes.
I mean that once we have anti-magic labelings for some graphs, then we guarantee that by permuting the labels, we will have the rainbow anti-magic connection number.
Yeah. That's very nice. Yeah, very nice question. So I mentioned before, if we guarantee that we can derive, for example, an algorithm that's guaranteed. If we have anti-magic labeling, then we can find the rainbow, the smallest rainbow connection number. Maybe this is not NP-complete problem. Yeah, that's not interesting to study. But in this case, if we have anti-magic labeling of graphs already published in somewhere, and then we try again for trying to find out the rainbow anti-magic coloring, we couldn't find and we couldn't guarantee to find out the smallest variation of a number of weight of the anti-magic labeling. So finally, we couldn't find the rainbow anti-magic connection number. So this is the interesting one because it's not guaranteed from the anti-magic. And then straightforwardly, we can find the smallest rainbow anti-magic connection number. But if you say it is guaranteed to find out the rainbow anti-magic coloring, yes. Yeah. No need to treat for the anti-magic labeling, which is already obtained by some other people. It is straightforwardly fulfilling rainbow coloring. But we couldn't have we couldn't guarantee to have a rainbow connection number. So this one is the study to find out the rainbow connection, the rainbow anti-magic connection number, which is the smallest number of variation of weights of the anti-magic labeling. Yeah, challenging for the future research, Prof. Nana.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much to Professor Menga for the questions. Again, that's going to highlight another research opportunity related to graph theory, which is great. Thank you.
Yeah. If no,
yes.
Can I give a concluding remark? Yeah?
Oh, yes, Professor, please.
Or still have any other question coming?
So far, no, Professor.
Okay.
No questions.
If not, I just make a concluding remark.
Maybe you can go on to the
because I mentioned in any conference, the benefit of having a discussion is how to follow up this discussion for the future, for having a joint research. So our studies, our presentation before that I mentioned about rainbow, anti-magic labeling, this one, rainbow anti-magic labeling. So the anti-magic labeling is already widely studied, It's studied by some other scientists, or mentioned and written in the dynamic survey, dynamic survey of labeling, and written by Joseph Gallian, and the rainbow anti-magic is also having a dynamic survey, dynamic survey, of rainbow coloring, Su Liang Li, written this book, This dynamic survey of anti-magic labeling is a dynamic book, so it is updated every year. You can find 2020 for the revised, for the new version. And so the dynamic survey of rainbow coloring I saw in the website 2019, the last one. Our study, this is I call a new notion, new notion. Is a combination of this, combination of rainbow and anti-magic. So this is a new notion. It will be very easy for the young researcher, student, or young lecturer to start with a special graph, for example, to start with the characterization of the certain graph, for example, tree, regular graph, unicycle graph, or whatever. Before starting with the very complex graph. So I believe it will be very useful and very easy study for the younger researcher to join with this study. So I'm also very grateful, and you are more than welcome if you would like to join with us, because there are a lot of open problem. There are a lot of wide open problem for this one. If you would like to join with us to do about this research, only just straightly you can WhatsApp me, text messaging me on this mobile phone. 00, okay. It is very easy, okay? So I'm very happy if you can have with us a joint research for the future. So thank you very much. Hopefully my talk is benefiting to all of you. And thank you again for your coming to this conference. And finally, I should say Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes, I give it back to moderator.
Okay, right. Thank you so much, Professor Taufik, for the invitation for further research. Yes, I think so many students and also lecturers are going to be interested in taking part in this project, especially with the lots of potential for studies. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be the end and also the concluding remark of the third plenary session by Professor Taufik, MSc, PhD. Now, please join me again to give a huge applause for the outstanding Professor Taufik, MSc, PhD. Thank you so much, Professor. It's a real pleasure to have you here. well again. So that's going to conclude our 3 plenary sessions in the second day of our international conference. And then after that, we are going to proceed with the next section. Now the time is going to be delivered back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wa la hawla wa la quwata illa billah amma ba'du. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Rector of the University of Jember, Honorable Vice Rector for
let us express our gratitude to the God Almighty. Due to His blessing, we could join and share our experience in this conference.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin. حمدا يوافي نعمه يكافي مزيدا يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلالك وعظيم سلطانك.
Would not go in a proceedings. This talk will not go in the journal. This talk is private.
Basically, people are making some matrices from given graph, and after making matrices, basically we find out the eigenvalues.
And then at the end, I will give you some open problems regarding this topic.
But the graceful labeling is not unique, so you can swap. You put the largest number or the largest label in the center, so this is can be 4 and 0 is here.
With some friends for the
A lot of you that will be interested to also do research in this new variation. So this.
Honorable Rector, University of Jember, Honorable Dean of FKIP University of Jember, Honorable Chairman of CGANT Research Group, University of Jember.
Honorable, my friend and my brothers who are being invited speaker today, Professor.
Nobody's going to read it. But then I want you to see that actually how an important piece of results or ideas, how it translates into a solution for an application.
This is really great. I'm very happy to be here to see the development, interest, and also activities in combinatorial mathematics. So I'm very happy. Many those vertices, and then if the polygon is entirely on one side of that other plane.
Yeah. So the label of V1 must be different with 1. So there has to be 2.
years ago, and now this year is the 4th international conference of.
It is my great pleasure actually and honor to welcome you at the present conference, which is held by CGANT University of Jember.
Okay, I think I am live.
Okay, you are the co-host now, and you can share your screen. You can using the share screen feature in the Zoom.
Terima kasih and selamat pagi.
Okay, selamat pagi, Jo. Okay, while waiting for Associate Professor Jo Ryan preparing.
It is simpler and trivially we can find the rainbow coloring, and rainbow coloring is not a proper coloring like just proper coloring.
Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for your introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank Professor Dafik for inviting me to give this talk in this conference. So I will first
Combinatorics and graph theory and network topology that have invited me to join our prophet to join of this conference. Sorry.
First of all, I thank Professor Dafik and his group, CGANT research group, for inviting me again in the 2020 for delivering a talk on graph coloring. I thank.
We would like to say thank you to our three honorable speakers and also Mr. David as the moderator. My knowledge can be useful for our life.
Kami sampaikan terima kasih kepada ketiga narasumber kita yang telah mengisi acara ini dan tentunya moderator kita, Bapak David, yang telah memandu acara ini. Semoga ilmu yang diberikan dapat bermanfaat bagi kita semua.
Ladies and gentlemen, time goes so fast, and now we are entering our last agenda, that is closing and taking a picture together. So please to all participants to turn your camera on. Thank you.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, saat ini kita telah memasuki akhir sesi, yaitu penutupan dan sesi foto bersama. Untuk para hadirin, dimohon untuk menyalakan kamera terlebih dahulu. Terima kasih.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let me to counting down for taking a picture together. For the first slide, I will start. 3, 2, and 1. Okay, for the next slide. 3, 2, 1. And then for the next slide. 3, 2, 1. Okay, once more. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. But before we close this event, we would like to inform you, because after this, there will be a parallel session that will be held on Zoom breakout rooms. So to all participants, please do not leave this room because the committee will pass you to the breakout room. And please take your rest. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Prof. Salman. Terima kasih.
Hari ini, izinkan kami menyampaikan informasi bahwa setelah ini masih ada Zoom breakout room pada sesi paralel, sehingga kepada seluruh partisipan diharapkan tidak meninggalkan Zoom dan diizinkan sejenak untuk istirahat. Terima kasih.
Ladies and gentlemen, so finally this is the end of the 5th International Conference on Combinatorics, Graph Theory and Network Topology 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, let us close this event by saying hamdalah together.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, marilah kita tutup acara ini dengan bacaan hamdalah bersama-sama. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim.
Masih Prof Nengah, terima
For the
kasih.
last, I would like to say apologize if there were mistakes. And thank you very much for your kind attention, and see you again in the next ICCGANT 2022. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Associate
Thank you,
Professor
Prof. Salman. Prof. Nengah.
Prof. Slamet masih di sini.
Prof. Slamet, waduh, terima kasih. Pak Salman, sampai
Ya,
ketemu
gimana?
nanti luring.
Salah. Ini adalah mandat kita.
Prof. Nengah, Prof. Salman tidak berubah wajahnya. Serius ini.
Menyajikan puisi dulu, Prof.
Tampaknya betul ini, bukan ada kesempatan.
Saya nggak bisa menampakkan wajah ini karena tadi ini double satu device.
Jadi apa-apa, Bro.
Lama ikut yang
penting tutup. Suaranya Bajian sudah cukup memberi motivasi pada kami.
Makanya terkejut tadi.
Saya mengikuti. Mulai tadi.
Kemarin kelihatannya Prof. Edi juga nengok sebentar.
Iya, ada pagi. Alhamdulillah.
So we have a lot of participants from Philippines. Jason Tolentino, and also Gerune.
Nih, bisa lah. Kocek.
Record rumput. Ya tiba gampang pakai handphone. Saya Hello, doctor. Record room.
Speaker sebenarnya.
Speaker or matang presenter sebenarnya.
Matang
Grafik tuh.
Inggrisnya sama sistem informasi manajemen.
Oke.
Itu kan paling